uniform, the one that you all wear for graduation. Thank you very much. So,
Hey, John, can you please tell us what the meaning of psycholinguistics is?
So, dude, your idea is when I asked him why he's recording all these rooms, hypothetically, that if he was asked that in a debate, his response was, well, I'm saving, people money and time, taxpayers' money. That gives intelligence to you.
Guys, recording our outrage and our reactions and our hesitations to believe him is part of the social experiment. We're all co-stars and leading characters and guest stars of the social experiment. So our individual rage and opinions and reactions, this is all part of it. We are non-scripted, non-union performers. Don't we get it yet? Haven't we figured this out? At least that's what I'm going on. John, again, no disrespect. As far as I'm concerned, you are legitimately running an honest campaign. But again, just to reiterate, I will not be mad nor shocked if we find out a year from now it was all one big trolling mockumentary social experiment.
I think people money might disagree.
That's right, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tom, that was my bad. What did you say?
Nice it's just working. Union.
Yeah, Tom's the one legitimate true real actor on this stage, so I have to remind myself that he is legitimate. The rest of us are just unknowing reality co-stars in John's wonderful experiment that he's conducting here on Cloudhouse.
Hey, John, I agree, but nothing takes away from his intelligence, right? Nothing anybody said takes away from his intelligence. Dude, I'm gonna drop bombs real quick. Hey, John, could you please just click on my PTR or pull to refresh? Click on my image and tell me what that is a picture of.
That's me with General Grinnells of the U.S. Army, graduating the Citadel and getting my diploma as a regimental major. Hooah!
Oh, shit!
John, how much money do you raise specifically for Clubhouse?
Worth $510.
$510, okay.
That's only $10 John, because it's no money. I don't get it.
Gotta start somewhere, Ty Monk. One step forward becomes a billion steps. The acorn becomes the tree. The micro becomes the macro. Where is your faith? All I hear are complainers.
What's your goal? One might just retire as an equal. One might think he's talking about your intelligence. $900. Come on.
Well, let me make another demonstration of intelligence and go back to meditating silently for the next 10 minutes.
John, for a living, or you just retired? Just at home, your phones.
I'm sorry, I'm campaigning for Congress right now. I gotta take a call with campaign manager. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay. Way earlier in the day, I don't know if it was actually military or not, if he was discharged from being returned. I just know that right now he used that photo before 2 years ago and tried to scam people and said he was like some sort of SEAL team sniper on him. And fuck you with you guys. God, I don't think fuck. So like figured out you guys paraded for rank deputies. Yeah, I'm the best SEAL ever. I'm fucking killing millions. All the valor. Wait, how many years have you served? Because I haven't said what served for. So I asked him, he was a water bar for 4 years, is what he said. That's not even 4 years of service. That's not.
That's not what I said.
And his things at graduation keep changing. He was for 20 years, and then he all of a sudden became an officer for 4. So again, his story keeps evolving. And stolen valor is actually claiming to be more than what you are. So that, and then you solicit funds. So if you say you're a SEAL, and you're not really a SEAL, that's stolen valor, rich. I know some pussy like you. Really, Chris Kyle, like, yeah, like, He's the biggest troll. Him and Roger are doing a troll for some reason. I'm telling my Republicans, except for Rich and all the others and Keegan, please, Keegan, get what little food stamp money you guys have. I know you're the type that goes out there and pours 2 liters of sodas out in the parking lot and then returns it for cash. Take all that money and give it to Edmund. The rest of you don't donate to this campaign.
It still stands, he's not getting irritable or over dramatic, and regardless if he's running or not, he was pretty intelligent. Yeah, and Brad, you're the one who's getting irritable and over dramatic.
What happened? I can't get control. Yeah, that people in this are have his name. So he left diet, serendipity, insurance. That's what I want.
And actually, what I said, Brad, is I earned $234,000 as a crane operator in West Texas in the petroleum industry, working on doing tow preps and frac. And then I made an extra 15 grand doing Uber on the side down in Midland, Odessa. And then I started getting the system a little bit. After getting terminated because I ran over a piece of metal and it cut 3 tires on the fucking crane. But I was also working 24 hours straight, and by our policy, we're not supposed to work more than 15 hours. Even though I was doing a little bit of fucking extra work for the fucking boss, he fucking busted me to corporate and said, well, I never fucking told him that he could work 24 hours, even though it was one of those wink, hey, we gotta get shit done, gotta get these fucking cranes moved. So I went ahead and took it upon myself to fucking do what I knew he was insinuating. And when shit rolls downhill, and corporate starts asking your fucking branch manager, hey, why is this guy working 24 fucking hours straight? He's not allowed to do that. And he goes, well, I didn't tell him he could do that, even though everybody does.
So again, what you just heard was literally Rich admitting to scamming the welfare system. That's all.
Might as well, everybody else fucking seems to die.
Exactly. Like, I took fucking, extra fucking help from the government.
I think like
But I also expressed that I was taking care of my dying fucking parents for the entire fucking year.
Are you guys having a fight? Are you guys having a fight?
Hold on one second. Serendipity was trying to speak. Serendipity, was that you that came on line? I heard you. Okay, hold on. Fellas, gentlemen, can we give some space to the female voice for a second? Uninterrupted. Go ahead, Miko.
thank you so much and I appreciate you. Yeah, I think like what I'm gathering, and why I think this is more of like a symbolic campaign. You know, do you guys remember the guy who ran for president like with the boot over his head? We've seen people do this. What was it? Vermin Supreme, right? He ran for president. And the other guy,
There was a kid in Iowa in 2016 who ran under the their nuts.
right. Well, they're right. So there was Vermin Supreme. He was big in the political. He took this boot, put it over his head. He wanted to, he had like this absurdist humor edge, and it was to just draw attention to obviously the things that he wanted to. And then the right is to High Party. You guys remember that? Jimmy McMillan, who ran for governor and mayor a bunch of times, and he just ended with a "It's too damn hot." You guys remember, right? So we've seen, and I feel like there are countless other. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, like even Ralph Nader back in the day, he knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew that if he ran for like I don't know, like maybe 10, maybe about 12 years out of a period of over 12 years, he was running, and he knew that he was never going to get elected. And the idea was that they asked him like all the time, like, well, you're not going to get elected. The point is to draw attention, to put pressure, draw awareness, and stuff like that. And I think that that's what he's doing. And I gotta be honest, I think it's a great cause because, it's our financial system. And we are in stage 6 of the end of our debt cycle, according to Ray Dalio, at the end of a fiat currency if we continue to spend. So I think that spend unaccountable, whatever, the way that we're going. So I think it's great, and I think everybody should support John. I think maybe John could get a little bit more transparent about this for us, so we can understand exactly what's happening and be a part of it, right? Because I also am not convinced right now that it's like a serious thing, but I still think that it's serious in the realm of awareness, and I mean, like, potentially this could more of what he's looking to do.
It ain't gonna make national news, but you're right. It's
I mean, Bourbon Supreme made it. Rex Junior High made it. Joan Jett Black, remember that? Who ran for mayor? The LGBT, the queer, right? I mean, there's like.
It's funny. It's funny, and John is funny. And when he easily irritates people, it's funny. Because it's not him who's getting all wound up, it's everyone else. And it really doesn't matter if he's running or not, because it's not him getting wound up, it's everyone else. And it's absolutely, well, it's absolutely
I
hilarious.
agree, Rob. Couldn't agree more. If the joke's on him, that's the gag.
Might be. Might be true.
I'm still finding it hard to believe that people would actually make money from this guy.
And again, it's not the point. It is funny. And yes, if anyone's donating him money, they're either way too rich and don't know how to spend their money.
I'm not making one. I'm saying that I find it hard to believe and understand that people would actually donate money to this guy.
There's a guy on YouTube who wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around his fucking neck, covered in fucking chocolate sauce, and sits there and goes, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, and people fucking donate that money. And you think that's wild? Like, people donate money to all kinds of fucking weird, stupid shit.
Rich, did you give money to that guy?
No, I didn't give any money to John. I wouldn't give any money to John because you will never know if John is trolling or if he's being genuine.
It's true.
He might be. If I genuinely believe that John was trying to run for Congress, then I'd probably donate some money.
I'm sure Rowan money for false narratives.
That's crazy.
I'm sure Rowan gives money to NAMBLA.
Wait, hang on. Sean, did you notice the last year?
Yeah, I did, but
So it's American Man Boy Love Association.
NAMBLA.
It's old dudes who want to fuck kids.
Alright,
It's a fact.
It's not pretty. It's not pretty paper.
No, I wasn't saying that's what it's.
My apologies, you had a great beat. My apologies, bro.
Sorry.
John,
Correct. It's about 600 signatures.
600 signatures. Okay. And when people donate to you, is that money going into your private bank account?
No, of course not. It's going into the campaign account under an EIN, and I've got a bank letter, and it's all set up with antidote if you want to donate right now. But I'm finished answering questions for now. I want to bask in my military glory and victory of making Brad eat his Irish potato stuffings and shepherd's pie. You hear that, Brad? I hope you have a nice shepherd's pie tonight, Brad. Look at the PTR. Service connected, disabled veteran. Look at the second lieutenant ID card, Brad. I hope you eat your shepherd's pie, Brad. Eat that shepherd's pie. You got some shepherd's pie on you, Brad.
Hi, Brad. I think you got me, Brad. I think you got me. I think you're the type of guy that lay around with the poop and just like walk around
bro, I told you there's a YouTube guy that does that. He wears some fucking toilet bowls around saying, you can go down there $20 right now, Brad, dude. And he sits and yells at the camera, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy.
Okay, you done there, little buddy? I think we just need to move Rich now.
I think we need to start a new discussion, and I think the new discussion should be the most effective way to manage mental health in this hyper-connected world that we're living in.
Shepherd's pie, Brad.
retarded idiot. I don't know if he really served. He keeps changing his dates, he keeps changing his ranks, he keeps changing his story. All I'm saying is, most guys would have said they served. This guy's more of an idiot. I don't know. He could have taken somebody's ID and made it his own. I don't trust anybody because we've had that. Like someone said, we had a woman fake cancer. We had a woman fake her son getting kidnapped. And to the point where I almost went out to go looking for him to cut side because he was missing. So that was their whole extent there. And I'm going to tell you something. I've never died from anybody on the set. And I'm telling you right now, you get your money. I gave you the warning. I would not give it to John. I would certainly not give it to Edmund at all. You guys are fucking idiots. And you just heard the other idiot that's backing you up saying, yeah, so what? I scammed the welfare. Fucking great. And you're bitching about tax dollars. Rich is emblematic of that fucking.
Look at a tax return I brought home 249 between Uber and my crank job too. So just you're welcome. Donald Trump said it best. Take advantage of the tax system. It's built for us.
Brad, would you donate $20 so I can get some party powder, you know, for my birthday? It'd be a good time. I'd be having fun. On the stage as a female, he used to have a female PTR. How many people went into that?
Yeah, we all remember. Yeah, it's trolling you.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You're running for Congress, and there's a lot of things that are pretty messy there.
Real quick question: Is a second lieutenant is that a lieutenant or is that an officer?
That's an officer. That's called an officer. A second lieutenant with gold butter bars is called an officer and a gentleman.
Can we have one mic though?
Is it a second lieutenant when you go in when you first go in as an officer?
That's correct. I was the lowest ranking officer there. But you know what? I'm so tired of answering these one-off questions. I'm going to go back to my positive mojo vibration and keep meditating for another 10 minutes.
I mean, did you hear Bruce said that he got injured and medically discharged?
I'm on this app, when they give me my notes, and you guys think it's my note.
John, before you do, because of your experience with linguistics and interrogation, can you explain to us what the word psycholinguistics means?
I think maybe you might be better at telling us what psycholinguistics means. Please proceed, Juice.
Well, it's very interesting. How people speak actually can say a lot about them. And this is really, really interesting. So, based off of a person's lexicon and semantic comprehension and how they speak with a tone, cadence, rhythm, it shows a lot about their personality and a lot about how they
cadence, it's voice.
Okay, let's just have one mic.
I mean, like, so that shows a lot about you. That shows a lot about you and how you habitually think, actually, with your comments that you say on a regular basis.
You just want me to explain your comfort, that's all you want.
Oh, no, we haven't. So wait a minute, because a lot of us in here are mental, and I say that respectfully. We have a new poll up. This Clubhouse troll and type. Everybody please vote and be honest. Some of y'all need to select that first option. Yes, we are all mental. I know I am. Okay.
Don, use all your accounts to vote. You know where you're gonna vote.
All right, so let's take some time and acknowledge the poll. Acknowledge the poll.
And for the narcissist.
Yeah, let's kind of shift the conversation a little bit. We can get off John Scott just momentarily, fellas, if it's possible.
Yeah, sure, yeah, fuck on. You guys can all suck my fucking dick, and all the men here are a bunch of sodomites. You're fucking.
Well, okay, can we all excuse Benny just for a second? Okay, he has had his medication for the last couple of days. We need to be able to understand it and appreciate there are people with mental illnesses. And just have a little bit of grace. Okay.
Go back to teabagging little boys' bicycles.
So it doesn't need to be a mental illness, it just could be that he's overly perverted and gets laid.
Let me ask some of y'all a question. Some of the guys on here like to spar daily. How do you decide when it's time to take a break from Clubhouse or social media altogether? I mean, are there any signs you notice in the deterioration of your mental health or how you respond or react to people on this app? When do you know it's time to kind of log out of Clubhouse and
all, that's all it is.
And my check is usually like when Kyle's mother wants to kiss me off good night and for a good day, and then I have to leave change on the counter so he can go ahead and get his bill done for his lunch money. So, that's why I realized like, hey, maybe I need to take a break.
Wait, what's
How do you say the same joke?
The one that came up with that dude is has the Lisbon. He talks in a very flowery voice, and he misses his dad.
Brad, by the time this app burns to the ground, you will have ran through everybody's wife and mom, and I hope that we get a docu-series about that too. The Adventures of Brad's Penis, respectively.
Do you ever feel that Brad likes to project a lot?
Yeah, Brad definitely watches a lot of like porn for sure.
No, he's widowed, so he can do whatever he wants with his dick. You guys are here.
We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. That's triggering.
I didn't do it. He said he's widowed. He didn't say anything about his wife. He didn't say anything this morning. His marriage didn't say that this morning that Brad killed his wife. He did say Brad this morning. Brad killed his wife.
We're not going
No,
to,
Keegan.
yeah, Keegan said that, we're not going to rehash that though, because Brad doesn't need it, nobody needs it, we just don't need to rehash it.
We're just talking about someone who's respecting you. That's
Where is Keegan?
I'd like to welcome
I'm just asking a question, Nine. Where's Keegan on stage?
ladies and gentlemen.
I want to add him.
I want to welcome Anthony to the stage. Hi, Anthony. We had a great room, the education room today was really, really wonderful. Thank you for opening up that space. It got a little spicy towards the end there, so if you go back and listen to the replay, it got a little spicy, but we tried to reel it back in. It got a little off topic. But overall, I hope, I know you had to leave early. I hope you're proud of the overall discussion. Thank you, Anson. And I don't know if there's a room for tomorrow, Anson, that you want to plug, and the topic you want to plug, and what time, and the name of the house. But can we show some grace and silence for Anson for a moment, please, gentlemen? Anson, the mic is yours. If you'd like to speak.
Well, I listened to the replay. Holy shit.
Don't fucking cuss in here.
I already apologized to the XJ yesterday for trying to come on that. But I mean, it got a little spicy. You're absolutely right, and I'm sure I could have done way better in trying to get back on topic. But anyway, I hope it was a good room for those who participated. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't learn something a little bit more concrete and reach some kind of consensus about something. But that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. So we'll keep on trucking. I have no idea what the room will be tomorrow. I'll message Roger and give him a suggestion or something. Probably early tomorrow. So see you guys around the block.
What was that? Time on? Go ahead, time on.
You did a great job. It's what you're doing with the room, when you're moderating, it keeps it above ground. And sure, I guess when you left, I don't know.
Roger.
It just went south.
Yeah, I think that we didn't get a chance to talk about one thing I wanted to touch on was the failing, the ethic, this kind of ethical dilemma that many teachers are facing now, where they have to pass failing students, which really bothers me, and I was hoping we could touch on that. But maybe if we talk about this topic in the future, I'd like to get answers, maybe some of the educators' opinions and thoughts on why the public school system feels compelled to pass these dummies when they can't read and write at grade level. Everybody gets a passing grade. They don't want to fail anybody. So yeah, I hate that we didn't get to that, but maybe next time. Thank you, Nancy.
Well, I would tell you that that is a huge problem, and I won't get into that item on the wall called rigor and accountability. We must teach
why would you want to do that?
Yeah, that's it. Just ignore the said it. PB Herman. Yeah, PB Herman.
He just likes to troll, so answer with caution, sir. Approach with caution.
No, I mean, did James, like, I believe it was Oregon and Washington, and I think even California, the same map is racist, and so, you know, they have changed some stuff there, and you know.
Do you find it ironic?
Oh my God, can I fucking finish? But, you know, and then, you know, they did talk about the disparate outcomes between different groups of people, and so they want to create, I don't know, equality of outcomes or some stupid shit. So if like one group is like doing really poorly versus another group, that's a sign of inequality, and it must be addressed.
Is that like you know, is that got a lot of steam? You know, that's kind of the past, isn't it?
No, Washington, California, and Oregon.
Yeah.
And you can look it up, dude. I didn't
No, I'm not
this shit.
I'm just saying. Have we moved past that already?
No.
Well, I don't know if Hanson wants to do answer this question.
Hey, Anson, if you look through the pictures, the images, the PTRs, can you tell me if you think that's a legit cat card?
I'm sorry, it's a legit what?
Oh, common access card, cat card.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not a is there something wrong with my PTR? Is that what you're saying?
Don't worry about it. Don't wait, let me.
Don't waste my time. Anson, we were talking about what happened to most folks in the poll. There was something else. Everybody was agreeing that the education system, K to 12, we need something else. And you were saying something, people have to be specific in what that something else is. And yeah, I'm an actor, I'm a martial artist. When I was a kid, I dealt with a lot of tough things, everything from abuse to all that bullying stuff. It got me into martial arts real deep. And I think, you know, sports and things like this, art and things like that are really valuable for young people. But what I was alluding to, that I'm going to have an October 2-day retreat with cops and principals, is Dr. Joe Dispenza's work that talks about the science of behavior, the science of the mind, and it will be a different approach fundamentally on how we're approaching kids, the way they think, and how to educate them about the mind. I don't know if that's been in the education system, you know, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, these kind of things. Do you know? I think it's been in the education system as long as we've had an education system whose goal is to improve the way people think. Right, but I mean, when I was in school, I never had a class that focused on that at all. I don't even remember it coming up when I was a kid. My retort to that is, once you learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic, then you might be able to have reasonable discussions along those lines. But my point is that we continue to fail to teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic, so it's hopeless to be able to engage in higher level subjects. And why is it that they're not having that happen? What's in the way? Why is it lost focus? I don't mean to dominate this room in any way, nor. No, please, but you know, I'm going to go back to my fundamental point, Tarek, that rigor and accountability. The reason we don't teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic to a level of competency set standard reading or math, these kind of things?
Well, that's a tricky question. If the government is running the schools, which other than private schools they do, they're the ones providing the funding. So what you're really asking is who sets the standards? And my answer, I guess, is governmental authority through school boards, elected officials, superintendents, principals, and teachers. But we've got to have good, strong standards. And I think we sadly lacking in those good, strong standards. And ultimately, it's a public government-funded school system. Then the government has to have the courage to both set good standards, high standards, and hold people accountable to achieving those standards.
Okay, thanks for answering my question. How about martial arts or some, because I would have liked to have martial arts, but I had it outside the school, but that would have been something I would have liked in the school as well. What do you think? Not obviously not for violence, but self-defense and discipline and camaraderie, working together, these kind of things. What do you think about having it in the school system?
I didn't come in here I'm glad to engage in this discussion, don't get me wrong, but I've already probably bloviated too much in my own room. The last thing I want to do is bloviate in here and piss everybody off. So I'm here to, I just sort of dropped in to say, oh my God, the wheels went off the room. I mean, but
They were still off the room. They were still in. It came into this room.
yeah, okay, all right. Well, I'll engage in a conversation, but I don't think that, my companion is already pissed off at me because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse.
This was a room full of violence. Making death threats, and he's doing libel and slander. Please go to John Kitover Instagram. I put the link in the chat. The campaign lawyer is preparing to file libel and slander charges against you, Brad. I'm sorry, but it's all on the Instagram.
Why don't you eat a bag of dicks, and why don't you clean the piss stains off of your underwear?
Can we at least, listen, we have, and I say this respectfully, a very highly intelligent, articulate elder in this state who we should show at least a little bit of respect, right, with the language. And I don't want to police anybody's language. I know this is the month, we get fired up, and that's cool. Anson, I appreciate you coming into this space to just, because before you came in here, it was violence. It was insane. You
I just want to say, Anson, we love and respect our veterans here in this room.
Unlike some people.
Okay, y'all can go back to acting like wildlings now, but make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote in the
Yes,
poll.
see how that's done?
And I love this fantastic group of wildlings. I call y'all wildlings respectfully. I'm a wildling too. We're all wildlings.
This is the only room you've probably been in where it's mostly white people trash talking like a bunch of animals.
Wait, you don't think the conspiracy theory rooms that she goes in is filled with like white women?
No, I said like where white people are trashing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Pepe. This is the only room that I go into where there's major white on white violence.
It's one of the only this is like I think the white people on this app largely are in kind of will frequent the same rooms as each other, and a lot of people here obviously they know each other, and there's drama and people are drawn to that and they trash talk.
Also, let me just say something. I don't want to make this about me, but I feel like I need to address this while there are folks in the room, okay? Speaking of white on white violence, and I'm not trying to bring up old memories, and I know one of the rules of the house is you don't bring up drama from another house. And I'm just going to touch on this momentarily while our fearless leader is away, Mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I learned a lesson. Stay out of white folks' drama, stay out of this white on white violence. I called myself, because I got a lot of shit in the back end. I got a lot of shit yesterday when Keegan asked me to co-mod his space, and because he thought I would be a neutral mediator, moderator. And I thought, sure, I have no dog in this fight between Brad and Keegan. Little did I know, I could not have expected the aftermath would have been the way it turned out. So, and folks thought that it was my house, that I opened up that house. I did not. It was not my house. Folks thought that I created that title. I did not. Folks thought that I was picking sides. I was not. And I have received numerous back channels and phone calls about your account's going to get clipped. You're going to do this. You need to not. Why are you in it? And I didn't think about it in the moment because I thought I was going to be a neutral moderator. So for anybody in the room now who was in that room yesterday and you were probably wondering the same thing, hear it from my mouth now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I will never get involved in this shit again because I didn't think I was going to catch the heat that I caught in the aftermath. I thought I was just being, cooler than the other side of a pillow by helping mod that space. So,
You didn't do anything.
The capital's flaring right now.
I would say that you didn't do anything wrong. First of all, one of the things that I saw happening even in the chat of the room we were in, people were trying to redirect people to other rooms, and that is very common for them, for them to say like, oh, I wouldn't be moderating there, just to basically get you out of the space and into their room, because you didn't say anything. I would say you weren't familiar with some of the people that came in. Like Cray did come in, and I was just like, oh shit, she doesn't know him. He will drag people. He had a room earlier, like 300 people in it, dragging somebody.
Hold on. I don't know who Lane Lynn is, but hold your block. Goodbye, remove.
Wait, was it like Wesley and Prashant in the room or something, or what's going on?
No. It was basically just Keegan and whatever stupid drama with. I was remaining impartial. I didn't even speak.
Hold on. BB's saying she's making it about herself again, y'all. I don't know if that's about me, but I rarely make these spaces about me, BB. So if that comment is to me,
ignore BB. She's drunk 24/7, 365.
Oh, a drunk.
Yeah, she's a British Persian lady who's always drunk all the time.
All she does, I let her, she's a feature in my rooms, I let her talk shit. She calls me how I'm stupid, I'm gay, I'm all of this stuff, and I don't even...
Pee-pee on your faggot, pee-pee.
Yeah, she will fuck your stage up when you let her up, but
Bring her up.
She can fuck up my chat room, I don't care. She talks shit to everybody.
If you claiming she's a drunk hoe, we're not going to deal with
No, you gotta bring her up just to hear what she sounds like. It's fucking hysterical.
No.
It's like Foster Brooks. Remember Foster Brooks? He's like, what are y'all talking about? That's BB.
Oh, fuck you, Pepe, you know what you're talking about.
Fuck you, Pepe. Motherfucker, you faggot.
BB, despite how she sounds, I saw a picture of her. She's actually pretty, which I was not expecting. I was expecting.
Well, Sarah's the same way. Sarah's an attractive girl. She's just fucking crazy. I think it's because they're Persian.
If she doesn't like when I speak, she can always not be in here when I'm here. You know, you have options. What's up,
She's Persian. She's a hater.
Oh,
Dude, no, she's somebody you just, everybody ignores her.
She probably hates all black people, so.
Or maybe hates everybody.
Oh no, she loves the blacks. In that way, you know what I mean? That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
Anyways, hey MG, what's up, boo? One of the most beautiful women on this app. Okay, so take the poll. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Certainly in this room. I always tell
God damn it, why are you moderating so much? No, everybody came here to fight.
well, the ladies, this is the month. We moderate the vaginas. That's Roger's house rule. Certain vaginas, at least. I mean, I don't make these decisions. You know. If I was moderating the vaginas, I would have a little bit more diversity. No disrespect to my beautiful white women on the stage.
Yeah, she's buzzing out on stage. Okay.
But you know, I would have some more melanin.
I'll take the splash out, the splash zone flowers. No, I don't take BB seriously. She's literally like yeah. She will get stuck on one person and then just go off in the chat for hours and hours and hours. I've been on that as well.
It's her charm. She does it to me like every.
Yeah.
She's a nobody and a nothing, so just ignore her.
Nothing, like the never a new story, but nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly the reference.
So
I'm the master. I'm the master.
So Rich, I see you're back. I guess things are settled. I guess we don't have to open your words, but.
Well, Roger said I could come back because we made amends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to you on the back end. Yeah, so that'll be later.
Yeah.
I know something.
I'm very nice. Sorry.
Now you ran into that one.
Yeah, no, not like that, sir, but, yeah.
I mean, John's the one with the LGBT flag, not me. He might be getting us confused.
Right.
I have no knowledge of them working anything out on the back end, but I do know that Roger unblocked him and that he was here
2 days
yesterday.
ago.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yeah, Roger's team and I migrated over to Chillism. There was 60 people in there today. They're having phenomenal conversations, so I think that might have resolved a lot of it. I was on set here yesterday, and I've been on stage in Chillism for the past 4 days now. What are you talking about, Brad? See, again, lies. It's like you said, John has stolen valor. He's a second lieutenant. He's got a second lieutenant. He's got his Citadel fucking graduation fucking garb. And you're like, John has stolen valor.
I mean, again, scamming welfare.
No, it's not scamming. It's called taking advantage of the system. Using the system to your advantage. Donald Trump said the same thing about taxes when Hillary said, you didn't even pay taxes. Exactly. I'm using the system the way it's
I don't like you, Rich, because you're slimy. You fidge and fudge on fucking welfare checks and lie about unemployment.
I've never received a welfare check in my entire life.
Rich is
Never had welfare in my life.
Rich is married to an LBFM, so I mean I don't know what he's doing on this stage.
Dare I ask what an LBFM is?
It's what they call in the military. They call them. So they used to have a base, and my dad would fly over. No, he never fucked any Filipino women.
It's like about stupid bit.
So they would call. They called the women their little brown fucking machines. It was an acronym in the military.
Yeah, they are.
Damn it, I hate to ask, but now we learn something new every day. Little brown fucking machines.
Oh, they're the horniest women on earth.
That's probably true. Yeah.
That's why they all have 12 to 16 kids.
she's like, what? I wish I could have been this slut like that. Why not?
I think they all have like hyperthyroidism is what.
He's married to his mate. You're married to. I don't think you are married. You're just an alcoholic.
Oh, I would agree with what BB said. She is my maid, my housekeeper, my cook, my sex slave. She's all these things. She's a nanny. She's everything. It's amazing. Yeah, don't try to insult me with a good time, BB.
BB, how many goats does your family need to marry you?
How many men in your family have fucking goats, BB?
BB, I don't know how often you've been in this space, but I don't know. If you go hard on the chat, we got some shooters on the stage. They're gonna come
She
out.
knows us. She knows us. Like,
Oh yeah, we all know
this
each
has
other.
been years. She's like, the shit talking goes all day. Like with her, she's not. She's
Yeah,
not a sensitive little girl.
Pepe used to be part of the Chillism group way back when. Oh, we ran Broadway? Oh no. Hey, at least Monica's Scarlett's happy now.
It's because you guys are really unpleasant. I'd smack the shit out of you guys in person.
Welcome, Dr. Mitch. What's up, Dr. Mitch? I think he's coming up. Hey, Dr. Mitch.
So you want the medical perspective on that?
On the middle of this.
Oh no, am I breaking up already?
Yeah, all I heard you say, do we want the medical perspective on this? What is this? What were you?
Well, look at the top of does Clubhouse draw a type of mentally ill person?
Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
God, I don't even know where to start on this. Okay, the first thing I'll say is it's not good to make generalities, right? Because that's a very wide net. So it's kind of hard to answer the question. But somebody who is truly mentally ill probably doesn't even know it, so they're not going to tell you anyway. Certainly a narcissist or a psychopath is not going to say, yeah, I'm a lunatic. Is that too much?
Nope, I'm looking at all you purple voters.
Well, I mean, a narcissist and a sociopath aren't probably going to even realize they are one of them.
Never, Pepe. That's the point. Yeah. No. That's actually how you know you're not a psychopath, because you think you are one.
See, go Team Green, we're all the mental healthy ones.
I don't know. My friend Serenity Serendipity. She actually is the only rational person on Clubhouse.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch.
I mean, I am an agent of chaos. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like when you look at all of those cluster B traits, like when it comes. I mean, I do have like ADHD, and I don't know. Sometimes wonder, like, maybe you can have like the traits, but they're not full on.
MG just said in the chat, if COVID never happened, I would never be on this app. Same here. Is that true for many of us on the stage right now? Was the COVID pandemic the reason?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been online. Period. Like I didn't do social media shit where I talk to strangers until like 5 years ago. Otherwise, I literally had zero interest in expressing myself online or talking to people.
I started on a mom app, and then a bunch of us migrated over here. And I just never went back to the mom app because it got boring after a while.
Us moms are way hella boring compared to Clubhouse rooms.
Oh, the drama can get nasty, but yeah, the rooms just,
within the realm of healthy, and then there's a lot of you who also like to participate in the drama and the name calling, and even for those who don't, you guys definitely like to go in the rooms where it's happening. Those are always the busiest rooms. I would say there's a lot to unpack there.
Trolling is a participation sport. I like this room, right? Don't you? So I like this room, and Roger has been he's just been really kind lately. It's like the new and improved. He's just been kind of kind and patient. I remember when
I totally agree.
right? I remember when he used to like, I don't know, just knock people off their perches for a while.
Hey, Dr. Mitch, I got a question. What does it mean if when you pee, it burns? What would you think that indicates?
Oh, shit.
It's a video.
You gotta get swabbed, man. It's a UTI or an STD, but they're pretty much almost
Okay, cool. You guys step on the joke. Pepe, Dr. Mitch said stop fucking with prostitutes and you might need to get a test.
Amazing.
If Rich only thought that he was 60% like funnier than he actually is.
Do you realize that it only matters if it's funny to me?
I do want to say that, like, I did meet my soulmate, Callie, in the audience. I met her on this app. That's pretty cool.
And it
Fuck
only
you,
matters
Rich.
to me.
Don't interrupt my fucking shout out.
Have you been to the Self-Realization Fellowship, Dr. Mitch?
Sure. Yeah, I live in Oceanside. I had a house in Carlsbad, yes. I have been to SRF, yeah. Autobiography of a Yogi, Paramahansa Yogi.
Also, it's in the Matrix, Sam. You're in the Matrix, Dr. Mitch. Scarlett, I'll address you as your legal name on here, that you want to be presented as. I can guarantee if we go watch John Kitover's replays, he was laughing when I said the joke.
I don't care. It's only funny if it's funny to me.
I agree with that.
Actually, I forgot. I said I'm gonna stay out of it, but I stay out of it, out of the drama. But I respectfully request that y'all keep the peace with Roger's queen, Scarlett, please.
I will. I'll be nice.
But Nye, you understand. You do understand, right? That it's not me. That this gentleman, and I use the term hyperbolically, has little to recommend him. And I think he's filled with so much self-hate that the little that does recommend him kind of ruins most of the time.
Hey, I have a question for clarification. From the conversation that you and I had the other day, do you think that I'm racist?
Oh boy. Okay, shut your mouth. Shut up. Rich, okay, here's the deal. I don't know you personally. I don't know how you get down in your personal.
From what you gathered from our conversation the other day.
But from what I gathered from our conversation, some of y'all are gonna hate me for saying this. I don't think you're racist. But I also don't
I'm an
think
asshole, right?
racist either.
Oh, I don't either. I was
think
fun with
you're
it.
very messy. I think you're very messy. I think you know how to manipulate. You're a master manipulator, and I'm not. There's no judgment. I think you know how to stir the shit in rooms that you go in. I know you are a master at centering yourself, right? And based on that conversation that you and I had, and we're not gonna go into it, but you said something to me that, that's why, basically you said something that has bothered me, and, yeah, I
because we kept beating around the bush, the word, the word, the word, and then at the very end, I said the two words that are now, one of the words is now added after I said it, which I had been recommending for that word to be also added to the rules and regulations. And I said those two words, and then I said to Roger, I said, I said, because he paused for a few seconds, and I said, is your fat finger trying to find the button? And he said, yep. And then next thing I was gone. So I did concede I said it.
You know, people have been reaching. Wait, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. People, I just want to make something clear. People have been reaching out to me for a hot minute now about me being in JB's space, me being in Mojo's space as the black girl, me being, talking to Monica the N word when white folks use the N word. Y'all, let me just say this. I've been on this app for I don't know how many years, okay? And I'm not gonna say I'm desensitized to the word, but I can't get triggered every time white folks use the N word and they get on spaces with black people and smile and kiki and titi in their face. I said in JB's room previously, I'll repeat it here. I'm a Capricorn and I'm Generation X. And if y'all don't know what that means I don't give a fuck about what the heck what y'all be talking about. You dig? So no, I'm not gonna be triggered about folks using the N word. I've heard worse. No, I'm not gonna stop speaking to certain people because if you're not directing the hate towards me, I really don't care, right? Because I know how a lot of people on this app, you're characters. We like to say things for shock value. Lord knows I do. And first of all, I would be kind of hypocritical if I said that in my Saturday entertainment room, I offend everyone equally, right? So I'm pretty tame in Mojo's room. My room, I talk hella shit about everyone. And by everyone, I'm not talking about anybody on this app. I have very strong, spicy opinions. I drop the N word and all kinds of words, right? So, like I said last night, my mother said, and I land here, my mother said, black people stole the N word from the white man and have made it internationally famous, and we profited off the N word through our music and art, and we owe white man money for stealing his word. Why would I get mad at the white folks for using it? I know y'all don't want to hear me say that. I'm not saying the word is cool. I'm not saying it's okay to use the N word. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can't get triggered every time I'm on Clubhouse and I get a back end about so and so said the N word. And I don't give a fuck. And half the people who are in my back end complaining to me about white folks using the N word sit in black spaces where black people talk shit about black people all day and put down black women all day and call each other the N word all day, right? So don't now come to me about the same shit you're gonna sit in the other rooms and entertain and give a pass to it because black folks are saying it. You're gonna be outraged about it. Keep it consistent across all rooms, and I'll say that.
I knew I liked you, Nye, because I'm a Capricorn too.
So you're saying it's cultural appropriation? Is that what you're saying, Nye?
That it's called that black folks have culturally appropriated the word from white folks?
Yes.
According to my mother, yes. I had never thought about that until mom said it. And I said, you know what? It tickled me pink. Okay? And I said, I agree with you 100%. These ninjas owe the white man money. Pay the white man his money for stealing his word. Y'all talk about you stole the word and made a determinant of endearment. Well, the white man said he wants to use his word. Shit, now he's checking in with black folks on social media to see if it's okay if he can use his word. Pay the white man his reparations for the N word.
Wow. You always elevate the conversation, honestly. You bring the energy up wherever you go. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I think one of the things you probably take attention a little bit more talking was that is that I use it as a tool to attack people. Whenever they attack me, I use it as a bludgeon, a tool. So yeah, I mean, and Hakeem, if he were here right now, I know verbatim what he would say. You wouldn't say that because you don't say that in real life because there's consequences. No, in provocative because you think it's funny.
Well, I got a question. Should someone being or not being a racist be an absolute metric on whether or not they are a good or bad person? In other words, if someone's a racist, then they are bad, completely a bad person, and that's it. That's no other values or metrics can be used on the person.
Alan, you know that everything is a gradient. You know there are no absolutes, right? There's no absolute. Being a racist doesn't make you absolutely horrible.
Well, is that your answer? Is that your answer?
Yeah, because even Hitler took care of his dogs, right? So I don't think that's a good question.
Well, if you don't think it's a good question, why were you the first one to jump up and answer?
Because I knew the answer. That's why.
Because you knew the answer? Well, I know that you appointed yourself the judge and jury on what is or is not a good question. But I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to answer. We don't need to hear your opinion on what is or is not a good question. Thank you.
I think to Dr. Mitch's point, Alan, for example, Messi. Maya has already acknowledged, and I agree with you, I don't believe that Messi Clown is racist. Do I think that he can weaponize it and use it to his advantage and do things that are racist? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think he is a racist. So I think to say, well, if someone's racist, does that make them a bad person? Is people can do racist things, but in their heart, maybe not really be right. You know, am I making any sense?
Yeah, I understand. Well, let's take it one step further. If we determine that someone is a racist, and that we determine that by whether or not they use the N-word, does that person then deserve to be beaten?
Yeah.
On the news,
Very hardly.
I would like to address and congratulate and wish a happy clubhouse anniversary to MG. It is your clubhouse anniversary. No one said shit. I wanted to address MG and say, happy clubhouse anniversary, girl. Appreciate you.
You're right. I told her happy clubhouse anniversary in chat. She sure.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the acknowledgements, what's up? Yeah.
Dawn,
Yeah, appreciate you.
her left pinky toe needs cleaning too. You got the right one. Wash thoroughly. Thank you.
Alan, just to answer your question really quick, look, I don't want to be around racists. Like, I think it's just weird. I don't, this is not my reality. But again, you know, I'm Ethiopian, I married a white man, I have biracial children, my friends, I have a lot of Jewish friends, I don't know. I have a lot of white girlfriends, black, homegirls, so I get that I'm the anomaly. But this is not my reality. I think it's weird. So.
Can I?
Yeah, but I didn't ask if they wanted to be
On
around.
that.
I asked if they are good or bad people.
I would, in my opinion, I would judge them as bad people. In my opinion.
Okay.
Can I just, let me weigh in really quick. I'll try to be really quick with this. Alan, you asked that question. It made me think about when I was living in LA for 20 years, okay? And I can't tell you how startled I was, and this is hand to Bible truth, y'all. I'm not making this up. How surprised I was by the number, it was a handful, right, of so-called neo-Nazis or so-called white supremacist males, white males who, the locals, the community, or my apartment building at the time when I first moved in there, were aware that these individuals were racist, okay? But my encounters with them were always pleasant, always kind, never racist, never hateful, right? I had a roommate once that dated a guy who was a neo-Nazi. Long story how that happened. When I met the bitch, she was a lesbian. When I moved in with her, she was a bisexual dating a black man. But at the time I moved out, she was dating a neo-Nazi. Case in and of itself.
says judging from her dating history, it says more about her than anything else. But yeah, I get it.
Do y'all remember Cardano on the sound? Do y'all remember?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. No, did you have Cardano? I don't know if this was before you were here or not, but. Yeah, I think I know Cardano. Okay. Well, everyone knows how racist he is, and he's a huge anti-Semite, right? For whatever reason, he took a liking to me. He really liked me. He followed me. I would never follow him back because I think you're weird. I think you're dangerous. I think this, the stuff that you say in these rooms is it's disgusting. So, could we really ever trust these people? I can't trust you if you're racist. If you're only saying the N-word, talking shit about Jews, we can't be friends. That's just my red line. And I'm not gonna let that pass. We can't fuck with each other. I just don't think you're a good person.
Yeah, well, Cardano was interesting. He was famous because he came on as Cardano, and by the time he left the app, he was up to like Cardano 29. So, yeah, but the problem with Cardano was he was honest. That's all.
He really wasn't. His best friends on the app were KP and Sid.
Well, he was actually.
Lost and confused.
I don't think so. He did. So I didn't meet him when he very first joined the app, but everybody had said by the time I met him, he was a totally different person. He'd always want to. There was a lot of hatred black people were incredibly hateful towards white people and really nasty to them.
Were?
Well,
Or you are?
but he ended up. I guess like he would try to talk to them, and then he got so tired of it, and like he hit the arc of his trajectory, just went complete boomerang the other direction, and he did join Blood Tribe. He did move to Maine to like be with them. And for those who don't know what Blood Tribe is, that is a neo-Nazi organization. So I don't think he was I think his heart was largely kind of in it, but I don't think he's a naturally hateful person. And so, I remember telling everybody, like, dude, he's not going to last. He's going to change. And people are like, oh, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, dude, I've been talking to these people for years. Like, he's not somebody who I think would had the personality profile of somebody who would stick in one of these groups.
Yeah.
Okay, I used to think that too. Sorry, Alan, I'll just say this and I'll hand the mic back to you. I used to think that too, Pepe, and I was in a room one day because I was like, why does he like me so much? Like, I'm obviously black. But whatever, like, so we were in a room, Zadie comes in, and for those of you that don't know who Zadie is, Zadie's Jewish. Zadie comes on stage and he flips the fuck out. Says the most horrible anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life, to the point where I was literally scared. And I remember like texting Abby, like, oh my god, like we have to do something about Cardano. Because he was just losing it in real time on stage. He had a meltdown talking about Jews. And that moment was a defining moment for me. I was like, see, if they don't like
Are we talking about JB?
No.
No,
They don't like black people, they don't like Jews, and I cannot be your friend. Look at this shit. And he just went off on Zadie.
Yeah, well, okay, two people have spoken. First, MG, let nothing I say mean that you shouldn't have stopped talking to him and you shouldn't be scared of him. However, in that story, you're discounting the personality of Zadie. So, Zadie was hardcore pro-Jewish, absolutely. And Zadie had a personality too. But, so that's the other side of that story. But I know you were there when this app began to change. And I know you were there and you saw how the rooms went down and what changed in these apps.
I'm not excusing his behavior. Clearly, he wasn't emotionally capable of handling that change. But at the same time, he would go into rooms and say, yeah, I was in prison. And yeah, when I was in prison, I had to defend myself. And I had to assert, he had to insert himself and prove himself in the hierarchy. So he said, yeah, if there was a guy that I knew I had to get into a fight with to prove he couldn't push me around, I would say the N-word to him, knowing he would fight me. And then I would fight him. Then I would beat him. And then they would leave me alone. He was being honest. People resented him for that. Now, do you want people to be honest, or do you want them to lie to you because of quote feelings? That's why he was labeled a racist when he wasn't, and sad for him, he got caught up with it. Got caught up in it, excuse me, and that's what pushed him over the edge. He shouldn't have, and I talked to him about that multiple times. It didn't help. So that's the story on Cardone. But, don't forget, Scarlett, you're the one, we created the room, which tastes better, well, I forget, what was it? Cupcakes or brownies, and it became a whole...
What's your favorite dessert and why is it brownies? And we had black female investors coming in telling us how much they hated brownies with nuts. And then we had black men come in saying the brownie means black men, and then we were harboring black female investors that were abusing men because we asked about dessert.
Yeah, that's what lavender cheesecake was like.
Monica, when you just want to let you know, blackberry lavender cheesecake is super.
Yes, that's what Clubhouse was. That was the environment of Clubhouse. So again, I'm not making excuses.
I don't know where he is in the world.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not making excuses for him. But, that's the context surrounding him.
I would just say there's a lot more context than just that. You gotta remember that you're not always privy to everything that goes on. And to Tim's point, he was not a person that women should feel safe around.
Well, the other part is I think at a certain point he had been with someone for 4 or 5 years and they broke up. So I think that contributed to it for sure.
I did a room today about restorative justice. I don't know if you're ready for the topic change.
Yeah, go ahead, Monica. It's time for my daily shot of vodka. So,
Only one shot of vodka with you being good.
I don't drink a lot, so it's actually one of the reasons my partner got what do you call it, vodka instead, and I'm like, no, it's whiskey, but he won't listen. Let's go.
That's what drinking. I'm just got a cup. You got a cup, you get the cup of water. Why don't we all do a little toast at the same time? Why don't we all take a sip? It's all these just in the house, Clubhouse.
Let's do it. Let's do it before Monica does the
To all the people who are on Clubhouse, you guys make this shit happen for real. Love you all.
Yeah, I do too. And I have an unhealthy relationship with this app. I really love Clubhouse. I really appreciate some of the people that I've met on this. Well, not met, but just have engaged with on this app, from the crazies to the entertainment folks. Even I hate to say it, Pepe, even you. I sometimes enjoy being expensive. my favorites, he's still here, Dr. Adams, Time Mark is down there. Mother, who I think is hilarious, especially yesterday in the chat. Mother, now, I don't mean to call you out, Mother, but I think you're so funny yesterday. You and Raw Hitter. That was hilarious. Matt Cool, I love Matt Cool. Sonya with a Jason House. So yeah, Monica, Messy Rich, I think you're funny. John the Congressman, I think you're a genius because of your social media experience. And I've met serendipity in this room with Sean. So yeah, I appreciate folks on this app too. I think you all are a cast of characters, and I really, really love y'all. I forgot to say some moves, that moves. What'd you say?
No, you have a good toast. So that was already a toast in its own way. So you got a good toast saying you like to do before you take the drinks. Got a good one. Anyone have a good one?
Yeah, mine is always rebuke Satan, and wiggly wobbly, timey wimey in honor of Dr. Who.
Is it a Capricorn thing where like it takes a lot to dislike somebody?
Cheers, y'all. I'm taking a shot right now. Join me.
Cheers. I think it's the best toast though. I will say that. I remember from
That's the Kitover? That's the
she's not in
Kitover.
here.
Oh, I think it's that big.
No, pocket.
Cheers.
Yeah, you don't have that.
Yeah, pockets.
Let's go curse everybody out.
Yeah, pockets. Yeah, pockets. Fire. Fire. Anyone who loves it too. All right, love y'all. Here we go. Cheers. Toast.
Cheers and toast. This is the clubhouse a little fun. And wait, I read mother, yeah, the chat yesterday was hilarious. Mother, oh, and Marquise is coming up. Mother, I love that you were shooting your shot. That was perfect. And okay. Wait, who's that? What you say? Who's that? Marquise, who's that? Monica's about to have a coffee table, I think.
I'm not. We just have a casual conversation. It's Thursday, it's little Friday. We're good.
Okay, Friday.
Random question for anybody, could be possible voluntary. How many of you would honestly answer yes to the following questions? I have friends, I don't want to say it really, this is kind of really virtually, but our friends off the app, our partners, our coworkers, how often if you ask them if they knew about Clubhouse, and they even heard of it, let alone used it.
My husband would never. My husband would never.
Zero. Never.
And as a matter of fact, this happened about a month ago. I had a couple of friends come over, okay? This is really embarrassing. And, you know, good men, hardworking men, just old friends. And we're hanging out, and I'm just like, I was going to go Clubhouse. So I said, hey, let me introduce you to some people on Clubhouse. So I open up the Clubhouse app, and I go through, and I'm like, you know, they're like listening, and I think they both look at me differently from now on forever. Because they're like, I really don't know what you're doing. Like, are you okay? Like, they both ask, like, are you okay? Like, you go on this thing, and you just, like, talk to people, and they listen to you, and you listen to them.
I tell all my friends I've not happened to me listening to Clubhouse in the car, and all my Clubhouse friends are on Spaces.
I lose my fucking job and never get hired again if my friends or colleagues, I should say, knew I was on Clubhouse.
That's what I think.
Well, how many of Brad's coworkers do you think know he comes on here and does homicidal ideation and makes death threats all day long, slander and libel? I don't know. I'm gonna file a lawsuit.
Yeah, I have to support that. I mean, like, I don't know. There's something that happens in the heart, you know what I mean? Like, we know that we're all imperfect, right? And some of us know a little bit more than others. I know I have my issues. I'm okay with that. But when you find somebody that there's zero provocation and they just choose to, like, to just do slow. Like I know a lot of times I don't respond to it, but it's so negative. And like the spirit of the room, I swear to you, it feels less evil whenever he's in the room. Like I feel straight evil. And I'm gonna tell you something else, and this is gonna be, and I'll promise I'll stop. But I honestly, I blame a lot of you. I blame everybody that laughs and like lets him believe that his value has to be in insulting and demeaning and criticizing people like so disgustingly, like obsessively. I mean, in the middle of discussion, of course, you know, you could go, but I'm like completely unprovoked, and nobody says anything to this guy, and that's why he continues to do what he does. I think like if we weren't mental, I mean, if anybody, if we were out in a regular area, like in real life, and someone started saying that to somebody, everybody would be like, whoa, like calm down. Here, everybody just like sits and like listens. That's crazy.
Nobody pushes back. Nobody pushes back.
I think, no, I shouldn't say universal, but it's very, very rare that anybody pushes
And
back.
what happens when one pushes back?
Well, you become a target.
Right. And how much energy do you think I have?
No, this is not for, this is, Monica, you're the only, I mean, you and I already have, you know, we know. But I'm talking about if there was multiple people, like even if 2 or 3 stepped up at the same time, like, hey, stop, cut it out, stop with your stuff, you don't have to do that, right? Like, just a couple people come off mic, like, he's gonna get it, like, okay, yeah, this isn't popular, I'm gonna stop doing this. But people don't want to do that, and I don't understand why.
I don't even know if people understand. Hold on, Sean. Hold on. Man. I don't even know if people heard what he said today. He said, alright, black people, I've had enough. I'm on your side. Black Lives Matter all the way. When you see these white people like Pepe and Monica at the Dollar General or wherever, and they're buying their white sheets, you go ahead and murk them. You murk them.
Yeah, I heard that.
From what I understand,
My name in it?
murk means murder, right?
No, did he say
That's
use
correct.
my name?
No, he said Scarlett and Keegan. He said
Idiot. I apologize, Pepe. I'm glad Nye corrected me because I would not want that to go.
Oh, but Pepe, had you been here, he would have included you, definitely.
So, you know, I think people choose what they tolerate, and he's tolerated. Now, I believe he has me blocked. Was he modded in the afternoon room?
Here, no.
Okay, because I couldn't get in the afternoon room. It worked out because I could do the restorative justice room that I wanted to do, but I couldn't, I didn't see that room. So I just opened another room, and then I think Kristen told me, yeah, there's another room. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm good here. But, yeah, so,
Yeah,
you know.
Monica, sometimes I don't see in the month either. I gotta scroll before I find
No, I went to the house. And the house should have the rooms, because the house shows the rooms.
All you gotta do is
He was modded this afternoon. Okay, that's fine.
the name of the house, and then you can see the library. It's easy.
Certain topics get shadow banned.
Oh, no, he was, the whole room was modded, Mom.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. And so we solved the mystery. It's not a problem. Like I said, I got to do a room that I wanted to do. So.
Oh, so Dima some flowers, by the way, and Dima, Tina Flora, because I swear to God, you two can be sisters. I'd love to see the two of you in the same time. You're a singer, I appreciate you.
Sean, thank you, I appreciate that, you're very sweet. Yeah, Flora's very cool, she's a better person than I am. But I also, I don't want to take away from that, Sean, I do recognize you, I acknowledge you, thank you so much. But I also want to say, it's a bullying tactic. I don't know if you guys recognize this, but I had happened to come back in the room, and I read in the chat, like, he made himself very transparent, like friggin' Jared Burnett, the Big Short, right? You can't even hate him because he's just transparent about what he's trying to do. He writes in the chat, yeah, because I wasn't even in the room, enough to want to have to contribute. I think that that's just so shit, because you know, a lot of us talk shit, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. And if you give space to people, it's sick, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, I've got a group chat going with other Clubhouse users on my cell phone, and I'm going to make available a recording of all his death threats from, I believe, 2 days ago, as well as all the libel and slander that he hurled against me today. Also on my Instagram, John Kitover, I put him on notice on his Instagram and then blocked me, but I'm going to file a civil slander and libel lawsuit against him.
Are you really gonna do that, John?
Yeah, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account right now. We're gonna get a lawyer in Minnesota where he lives and have him sue for slander and libel, and maybe make $100,000 or $50,000 and use that money for the campaign.
Do it. I support it.
Now, I noticed Brad left the stage a while ago. I heard you mention that earlier. Can you see that? Anybody?
No, I think he left on his own accord. There was nothing really going on pertaining to you.
Well, he's such a subject matter expert on every topic you could possibly imagine. He accepts his understanding of libel, slander, and what it means to make death threats on the internet.
Just imagine all the fingers right now, John, that are typing in the back channel, just vigorously, just typing away to Brad, tell him everything that you're saying right now.
Well, all he has to do is go to my Instagram account at John Kitover to see the accusations of libel and slander where I tagged him and put him on notice that he's going to get sued.
Monica, you know this app is hella messy. Hi, Connie. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Connie. Connie, do you think it's inappropriate for me to report Brad to the FBI in Minnesota for making death threats on this app 2 days ago for 30 minutes straight?
I'm sure he didn't mean it. I mean, and you know what the fuck, we're bloodthirsty to get involved in that. You know, and the FBI, they're in Washington right now.
Oh no, they're in field offices all around the country. And, you know, people who come on social audio chat apps and make death threats are probably on their priority list.
I don't think he meant it. I don't think he meant it at all.
You think he's just having a stressful day, so he comes on here to make death threats to relieve all the tension and strain in his life by making homicidal ideation statements for 30 minutes straight? Wow, what a classy guy. What a great guy. What an American patriot hero.
Oh,
What an American patriot hero. I usually do that. I think, for some reason, maybe one more time. I can imagine.
He'll know that you don't like that, and then maybe he won't do it again, and he'll stop.
That'll never happen. I don't remember it ever happened.
Well, then did you flag him? Did you flag a speaker in the app? That's your backup witness, and they have to give your word against him. I go on the go ahead. Yeah, flag a speaker. They have the thing where you can flag them after they leave, before you leave, flag the speaker, and then that'll be your, and it will no longer be your word. I kind of believe
Connie, are you aware that John records every room that he's ever been in, ever?
Yeah. And get over recorded more than anyone on this app. He's still there. He posed it as a beautiful model. He's here for a long time. And he's hung out for hours and hours in the things. Yeah, John's been around for a long time. You know, he is a result when you're gonna change his community.
Sean, I have a question. Like, do you feel that you feel a little sexually confused that you keep bringing up this idea that John was dressed up as a woman
get so.
I was in an 18-year relationship, married for 18 years. Had about a 6-month break, and I've been taken for 15 years. I'm a keeper. That's what I am. But after this relationship, if something doesn't work out, if it doesn't work out, we don't live till we die. I'm never going to be in a relationship again. I'm going to live single. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
Still hard to train a new one.
I mean, I'm turning 48 at the end of the month, so, I've been through it. I've worked at a strip club for 13 years. I've seen more shit than most of you will see in 10 years. Or actually, your entire lifetime, I should say. Yeah.
Happy early birthday, Sean.
Thank you, I appreciate you. And messy. Keep it messy. Keep it messy. Thank you, Mrs. Lopez.
Stop thinking about men in dresses, Sean. It's funny, we asked a question about mental health, and this is what we get. I agree.
Hey, I've always been about good vibes.
The big guys in the DSM vibe.
Kristen knows me. I've always been about good vibes. Like, there's plenty of people that know that I've just always been about good vibes on here. I do like to get messy. I've had my trolling phases. My heart's been hurt by Goldie Mayan. And you remember her? She was one that faked her cancer, faked her death under Stream Dream Radio with Knucklehead. Y'all remember Knucklehead? Stream Dream Radio, which still is around. Yeah, and y'all remember the Goldie Mayan incident where she was faking her cancer or death and she collected thousands of dollars. Speaking of trolls, John, possibly, I'm not saying you're a troll.
I totally get it when you guys rag on me for
You might remember the history. You've been on this app long enough. Most of us have been on this app for a very long time. We're OGs on this app. Most of the people on the stage are OGs who've been here, who've been through it. And I'm just saying, been through it. I've learned from it, and I'm a stronger person from it. Thank you.
So, Serendipity, remember the game we used to play, the yes-no game? Where we would guess each other's answers to a yes-no question?
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, we'll never play that game. Again. Like,
Never play that game.
It sounded fun, ironically.
Don't shoot the messenger is fun.
Should we like, keep it up, should like it. The last, keep this.
9. Yeah.
Okay, English is rule number 10 or 11. I've lost count. Kate, I think I've seen you on the stage before. Kate, no disrespect. I just really didn't understand what you were saying. I don't know who moved you down, but probably because we don't understand what you were saying. And English is, America first, English first.
Yeah, America is full, sorry.
America's not one of the rules. That's just Nye's rule. America first, English first. No disrespect, sir.
And we had a great question in the chat if we're ready to switch the poll.
Okay, let's see. What it? Where's Mojo?
Yes, definitely. I'm going post PTSD.
Hey guys, where's Mojo?
I think he's traveling back.
Yeah.
Having the time of his life in the real world.
That's right, he's being in the moment.
He's not in the clubhouse streets, but he has a life outside this app. Don't I wish? Like, let me stop.
Monica, are you making the PTSD poll? If you don't say anything, I'll just assume yes.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. I just did it.
People that are poll. I have PTSD after yesterday's ruling, and I have PTSD because I'm not going to name the person, but somebody who frequents this house, who is often a moderator, nobody is right now, who's called me a bitch twice for no apparent reason. And as far as I know, we have no beef. And I refuse to address it off the back end and hit this person up like, why do you keep calling me a bitch? Like, what the fuck's going on? I'm just going to leave it alone. But if it happens another time, then I will bring it up. And it's happened twice in this house, on this stage.
Wait,
but
what?
if it happens another time, I will bring it up. So I kind of
No, you missed the third. Well, you have to share now.
hard trying to understand something that, you know,
It
you don't have a
must be,
record or you don't put out, you know?
it must be a Clubhouse tactic, because, you know, I was trying to be a good friend and respond to all the pings and go into people's rooms. And I left so disheartened, like, I can't believe they're gonna settle for that.
Oh.
I can't believe it. It stressed me out so bad, I fell asleep as soon as I laid down. And very seldom do I do that, you know, because I have sleep apnea. So it's not really PTSD as far as when my brain is going to turn off. It's just, you know, you'll get a little bit of insomnia. You'll get a little bit of borderline narcolepsy where you just want to fall asleep. And as soon as I lay down last night, I fell asleep because I'd be shocked at some of the shit people do on this app. So wait a minute, Clubhouse has been healing for you? You have sleep apnea, and when you come into the messy rooms, it helps you sleep? Maybe this is a cure. No, but I felt bad about it, though. I mean, I almost got to work late.
Yeah, heroin.
I got a parking ticket because I did not have the money to pay, you know, parking. I was like, okay, so, you know, cause see, where I work at, they think we're rich. A parking ticket is $40. I'm like, oh my God, I'm lazy. I gotta park in the employee parking lot. You know, so no, that's not good at all. You will never get off the sleep apnea machine unless you fall to sleep organically. And so,
Yeah, I gotta get on the sleep apnea machine. I'm gonna get a sleep test because I've been snoring, pissing my girlfriend off like crazy. It's in my family too. It ain't even weight related. I thought it was weight related because
I thought they were picking on me too, and they said that I literally in the sleep lab stopped breathing, and it was enough that they could do to revive me, and then I came back. Yes, so you should. And then and they had a lawsuit, so I got a new machine. And so the reason why I've been on it for a couple of years is they had to change the pressure and get rid of a no good sleep machine. And so, yeah, the pressure will go up 18, 15. But, you know, you're good if you have like less than 5 episodes or you don't use that much pressure, you're good. They're gonna take you off eventually.
I might just die in my sleep, but
Also, your dog is so
but I want to say,
pretty.
Connie, Team Darth Vader sleepers, okay? Team Darth Vader sleepers all day long.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No pockets.
Okay, because I just want to clear up something. Who told the story of the person they don't want to name that was being very disrespectful? Who told that? Was that Ed Rock?
That was me. Yeah, probably was me.
Because Connie started talking and then I got confused. I was like,
I was just corroborating Nye to let her know there are people on this app that will shock the shit out of you and put you in dismay.
to sleep.
Yeah, and it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, but I woke up late, you know, because I was like, well, by the time I checked in, I had 3 minutes left. That's wasn't what I was aiming for. Now, school has been back because this is Washington, D.C. is a college town, and we don't know what it's going to look like with the guards here, the National Guard here. It would have been a problem because there's more people on the road.
Connie, do you feel safer or less safe with the National Guard there?
I'm going to feel safer because the mayor's office is a bully, and a lot of crime has happened, and they push it under the rug, and it doesn't get any coverage, not Z coverage or any type of media coverage. I mean, they have abducted so many kids in DC that they had to close down the schools, and then they revamped them, got them out and opened them up as charter schools. So they did a lot of shit, and didn't get to the media. But Big Brother, Uncle Sam, or whatever, he's always watching. So, and she don't know how to legislate. She's a bully.
She will, she don't like what one of y'all say in the room. She will personally come down and try to kick your ass. She's, this is the type of person she is. She will use her power to step on you like a roach.
Wait, that's Maria Bowser?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only person who could fuck with her was Trump. Because he don't care.
Yeah, did you hear the report arrest the chief of police? So what's the
Did
change?
you see how she's wearing a tie?
Yeah, well, they asked her what. Yeah, well, no, it isn't. And they asked her what the chain of command was, and she said, "What does that mean?"
I know, it's on MSN webpage, the front webpage.
And the mayor.
I kept scrolling back because I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was at work finishing up my time and attendance sheet, and I kept scrolling back. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
and
the
the mayor, to her credit, jumped in, and made her move back because.
Huey and Dewey.
Yeah.
They was like, you know what it is? You know what it is?
She knew what the chain of command.
She's a lawyer. She's a lawyer.
It's too much.
Somebody keeps trying to come up. Do 111. I don't know if you're trying to come up. I've invited you up if that person seems still in the room. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh wait, Elsa. Elsa, I don't know if you're trying to come up, but I've invited you up.
So, hey, yesterday, Roger was talking about, what does it take to trigger people? And you know what I think about in these rooms? I think this is really great training for public speaking and even for having debates. Where would you get access to so many opinions and a broad base of people that you could talk to? And you could see, I think that would be a good question, but certainly, I would encourage everybody. I know some people get sensitive, but it's just great training for anything that you have to approach conversation with.
Yeah, I agree. It took me a long time. Oh, go ahead, Marquise. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it weeds out the people that can't have a conversation. It weeds out those. It shows the mental integrity of those who genuinely want to be progressive, as opposed to those who just want to scream into the mic and want to do all this nonsense. I noticed that a lot.
Yeah, I like to come in for knowledge, or sometimes I give out knowledge that I had a hard time learning, and so I don't want nobody to, I'm real passionate about that. I don't want nobody to do it. But yesterday I was in the chat function in the house, and they said they recommended people go to YouTube to look at the Moors, and I was like, well, I really don't care for that. But I said, so they were talking about indigenous children have been brainwashed. So it was clickbait because they never said anything about anybody's children. But they were very passive. They were very passive. They'd just say anything. If you made a comment about something, say, oh, that's already been taken care of. Like that. And that's what really put me to sleep last night, because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But there's a silver lining to it. They did notice that some of the people on the app are already brainwashed. They're in a trance where they just think one way. And so and they sound like psychiatrists. They were asking them questions and stuff. And so so sometimes on Clubhouse good things come out in rooms sometimes. But that particular YouTube live stream was like a double-edged sword. I yield my mind. Welcome time out back to the stage. I didn't like you in the audience, but I understand. Sometimes you just gotta take a break from the stage, especially if certain people on the stage. Okay. I want to, Dr. Mitch said triggers. Yeah. Clearly we already know that there's a certain individual who will remain nameless that triggers a lot of people on this app. I can't say I'm a
He's definitely joking. Hey, Roman.
Okay, bro. No, I wasn't calling you, bro. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of Dr. Mitch's, do we have triggers? Um, my triggers are the anti-black rooms. I hate them on this app. The anti-black and the anti-woman rooms. I absolutely hate them. I'm unlike some people who come into certain spaces where they don't like the mods, or they don't like the speakers, but they still go in those rooms and listen to the conversation and get worked up and riled up and mad instead of just avoiding those rooms or blocking the people that triggers them. I think that some of them like it. I think y'all like being triggered. And by y'all, I'm saying I'm speaking in general.
But I don't like the ones where they're divisive, because I'm pretty good if you ping me about coming right then and there, like that. Even when I fell asleep last night, the first thing I did when I got up was coming to you all's early morning vibration room, like that, because I was like, I remembered when I woke up that I didn't make it right after the last thing. But so I don't like it, when you have people that are divisive and they just come in your room just to garner people, like that. So that's the thing that I like. But I was in a room where a lady was doing a dissertation, and they were fake cosplaying as what Western British West Indian people, and they were actually Londoners that had made the move from the Caribbean over to London. And one of the last things they said before they silenced my mic, I guess because everybody was talking, she said, "Don't go in any more black rooms." And I'm sitting here like, why would you say that?
Protect your mental health, because some of these ninjas on the app are wild style. Girl, you protect your mental health and not go into some of these.
And I was thinking that, but I was sitting there, but you can't give up on black people.
No, but I mean, 95%
You
of
can't
black
take
folks.
the shit off for people either.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead,
Yeah. 95% of black folks on this app are ghetto. There's not a whole bunch of educated people up on this app. It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means they have a way of communicating, right? Some of them are intelligent, but for the most part, they communicate through anger and ego and things like this. So a lot of the ones that were here before that, they're back to work. They're back to their lives. But I've noticed that it's the most ghetto community out of anybody on this app.
He ain't lying, and y'all know, those who know me, I love my people, but on this app, it's a first class ratchets. So Kanye West,
They don't even use profile pictures. It's totally political.
It's definitely ratchet, and I'm one of the most ratchet. So there you go. But,
we know.
David Duchovny is a friend.
We gotta handle Times Square very delicately, because Times Square can get a little, can just deviate the conversation. Times Square, you're one of the characters that I've grown fond of on this app, but just tread lightly, sir, please. Okay.
Absolutely, Days, of course. We'll do it as such, Maybe put on a British accent to make it more smooth for you.
I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Doctor Who, since you're putting on a British accent?
It sounds familiar. Is it a movie show?
Okay, you know what? I'm insulted. It sounds familiar. I'm done with you. Next. I'm just kidding. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic, so I'm just kidding.
Oh, before my mentor died, he said he could get a autograph for my son, and Doctor Who is Scottish too. But if I'm not sure, I think he was going to go through Michael Jackson's executor, McLean, to the little Scottish connection, to get it for him. I don't know. But if I do push a button for an autograph from Doctor Who, I'll definitely you. What,
Well, which one though? Because there have been 14.
no, the original,
Oh, the
the last one, the Scottish, that last one. Cause they
It must
morphed
be,
into different things. He
Yeah, I
morphed into
know.
different things, but the very one that they come out
You
of.
must be thinking of 12. I forget his name. There's
Uh-huh.
10 was David Tennant, Matt Smith was 11, and
I
then
think it was
12.
David Tennant.
No, oh, you're right. David is Scottish, isn't he? Yeah. He's my favorite.
Yeah, so if I push that button, I'll get you yours too. I just
Well,
said, you know.
luckily, I've had the pleasure of interviewing David Tennant.
You did?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, so you don't need that one.
I wouldn't mind an autograph.
Okay, I'll get it. I didn't push it because once my mentor died, I ain't gonna say I was depressed, but I just didn't do all the things I like to do, and I used to do a ton of Scottish things, but I didn't do it. Once he died, I lapsed memberships and all that crazy stuff. But I think I will push that button and get it.
Yeah, so I want to just one little thing to say here. I just saw 20 minutes ago that someone is preparing a full economic blackout for next month. So I'll just put the link in the chat. You guys can do with it what you want, but just just an FYI.
No, who's someone? Just say the name, because a lot of people aren't going to click on the link. So
I don't know who or what is behind this, but it's a very legitimate site and has a lot of, it's akin to like the No Kings protest that happened, but this is, anyway, just concerned for you guys. So you have a month and a couple days of preparation, I guess, if they're actually going to do it.
Alan, I just saw your comment. Yeah, Alan, I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. Like, fanatic, okay?
Well, before I go anywhere,
And I don't fan.
need to be able to address like one very important thing. I want to welcome fully heartedly and openly MG. It's so beautiful to be able to see. MG, you shine, you glow.
Oh, God, stop.
In such a magnificent way. In such a magnificent way. For people who don't know MG, she is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful individual on Clubhouse. People should be following her. She's not just beautiful on the outside, she's beautiful on the inside. She's an angel. She's an angel. I have never seen. What's going on? Like, I'm sitting.
You asked for it.
It sounds like he's making a move. So
I have but I need to finish off this.
you can do it in the back channel.
I don't want to go hang on here. I just want to make this really clear. This is not shooting my shot. MG is a very happily married woman who I have a lot of respect for, and she's an amazing individual. Everybody, please follow her.
Indeed, if you say you're not shooting your shot, you just did, That's the paradox of it.
I totally agree with everything that Rose said. Everything.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my gosh. What's up, Bebe?
You're not. So you're following. I think Roger, were following when I was talking about the kids, right? When I was that?
Yes.
You were following, right? I think very differently. I go back things Spencer's work, which is, it's science, it's data. However, there is meditation involved, there is breaking down brainwave patterns and how that transfers to everyday life and behavior. And I was talking about the school system. We're dealing with young people that are going to be adults, and they're going to be leaders around the country. And there should be something cohesive. There should be something that is the overall goal, and it should involve humanity. Um, and that's where it was coming from. I don't know what was. Well, it was for her. Maybe one of the person wasn't landing right. Maybe they would have to say how that works in a day-to-day classroom. The thing was, I'm not one. I was saying I'm not the one delivering the I'm not delivering it. Somebody else is. So I need to know more. I know how it's delivered to adults, and I'm part of that. But to children, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Can I respond to Mark?
Of course.
And I read something.
It's time up, by the way.
Time Mark, excuse me.
Thank you.
To answer that question, maybe this is the key. This is an example of, and I've seen this before, forgive me if you've heard of this. This is an example of the kind of reading that they used to give to, what age was 7th and 8th graders in Minnesota 100 years ago. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld with voices sad and prophetic, stands like harpers roar with beards that rest on their bosoms. This is the reading list, a current example of the reading they're giving students now. Coach Jameson saw me in the hall and said he wanted to make sure I'm trying out for the track team. He said my middle school gym teacher told him I was really good. Then he said that with me, the Harrison High School team, we have a real shot at being county champs. Fantastic. Now, perhaps if we started teaching, using the literature that they used 100 years ago, it might lead students to the kind of spirituality and awakening you're talking about.
Well, I was saying, Nye brought up spirituality, and I understand why she brought that up. But it's demystifying the mystical, right? The yogis, right? The chakras, the kundalini. It's demystifying it, making it very, very simple. It's a practice, and traumas are held in the bottom 3 chakras. So everybody's dealt with a certain amount of traumas. And this is all factual. Right? And there's breath work, things like this that release those traumas, and then extraordinary things happen. Now, children might be going through some trauma, but adults, it's really stuffed down there, right? With children, it's fairly new because they're still children. So getting to them early enough where they'll get these kinds of things very simply because it would be delivered in a way that they understand, right? It's not, So this is what's happening. This is happening right now.
those cops, things like this, because they're gonna experience it, and then it'll be rolled out to kids. So again, like I was saying, overall, having a big picture end game, for me, it would be, I would hope for everybody here, that it would be about humanity. It would, like I mentioned, no wars. Well, how the hell do you get to no wars? You can't do it by doing the same thing we've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to create a new culture of humans, a new environment. And it's not to be exclusive of anything. And you're like religious, right? Because you can be religion, keep religion, but this is science, the brainwave patterns, right? So when you're in a more PTSD state, you're in a high beta wave pattern. When you lower those brainwave patterns, right? Like right now, you're in a low beta wave pattern. The more you lower it, the more suggestive your subconscious is. And your subconscious rules your patterns. 95% of patterns, like when you saw people doing this earlier in the room, yelling at each other, cursing at each other, threatening each other, that was a pattern, right? That people practice. It's a habit. And
yeah, what he's talking about is the frequency war, right? You know, and lower vibrational frequency versus high vibrational. And you're talking about the old Earth and the new Earth, and maybe I'm already.
Yeah, but how do you make that communication for people to understand? Frequency is energy.
There's a chart I have. It's amazing. It's just puts points on it. Anger is 20 points.
Right.
You know, pride is 30 points. You know, peace and love is 700 points, dude.
There you go.
So.
Time out. Let me ask you something though. When you mentioned, I think, and I'm not probably going to use the right phrase. I think you said new humans or something like that.
New culture, new humans. Yeah.
The new Earth, it's biblical, and some people are on the new Earth, and some people are not. Maybe I already am. But there is a scientific process that happens during that.
Well, wait. How do you think AI fits into this? Time out. And creating the new humans.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see Ro wants to speak too.
Yeah, bro.
No, it's fine. I just noticed that Times Square got shut down to the goo for some reason. I'm not sure who did that. But
It's an amazing coincidence that I just entered the room when that happened.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, like, sure.
Hey,
You guys can.
Times Square, just so you know, we've got a policy here. It's just one mic at a time. I know I get the picture that you want to be able to sit to yourself. And I think you've got a lot of interesting things to be able to have a conversation. But just if you could be aware that other people are trying to have a conversation as well.
Can I translate that into American? He basically said you need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we just spent like a few hours while you were gone trying to calm the room. Ro went in and out, but it was a mess. When Brad got in it with me, right? And then you opened this room, and then you got out here when John and Brad were going at it. It did not stop. It did not stop.
Can I just say this? John is a troll, but John is running for Congress, and John's education and military background are legit, and anyone that says otherwise is just lying. Period, point blank, period.
Yeah, I get it. It just went, it was very into all kinds of other stuff. It's not just John. It was a lot of back and forth. It was ridiculous. And then luckily Anson came at the end of it. And I pointed that Anson brought some discipline into the room just by his being here. So
Uncle Anson, he had discipline in the other room. He ran it for an hour and 15 minutes. I show up for the last 15 and it erupted in chaos.
That's right.
I will take
your fault.
Yeah, no, I will take full blame for any space that goes. Like, if a space goes bad, it's always my fault. That is the first rule of Clubhouse.
See, at least he's honest. So I was teasing John a little bit too. Was teasing him, but I'm still, and I agree. I think John is running, but there's a lot more than that I think going on.
hard to read. He is going to raise enough money to get the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary, and he will lose the primary, and then the election's over, and then he can tell the tale about how he tried to fight the system. That's how it's going to play out. Like, anyone that thinks it's going to play differently, good or bad, is fooling themselves. But I do think it's worth the journey, because what's going to come out of this is you're going to see the Republican Party spend a ton of money when they start looking at the FEC filing and they see that he's raising money. Because right now they think that he's just his paper candidate troll, which he kind of is, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to spend money to defeat him. And then what we get to see with our own eyes is the corruption of the Republican Party that tries to take him on. And so we're going to have a front row seat to corruption. It's going to be amazing.
But Mojo, why don't you just, this is all fun. Why don't you go for all the big bang? John, why aren't you going in there to be a congressman? You're saying, Mojo, that there's so much money going into something that we get others that you're going up against, right? That it's impossible. But he should go for it anyway, for real though, for real.
Well, no, he is.
Well done.
No, hold on. He is going
to a lot more than $500.
Hold on. He's going to go for it for real. And what for real means is that there is no filing fee. What for real means is that he needs about a little less than 600 validated signatures, which in the state of Illinois might require 6,000 signatures. And so at the end of the day, you're going to watch all of the challenges. I'm going to predict that the Republican Party tries to sue him at least 3 times during this process. But what I'm hopeful for, and why I'm willing to put my neck out to offer whatever assistance I can, is to be the person that causes the GOP to overspend in this race, and then to be able to expose the corruption. Because the cool thing is, he gets to document all this stuff, and he's going to get to show the world just how corrupt the politics is in Illinois and the GOP. It's going to be amazing.
In this room, right now, I'm not looking for this at all, but he hasn't courted me once, and I've got more followers in this room than anybody, right? And I got a film being released October 19th nationwide, right? He hasn't courted me at all, so how serious is it?
You said you have films?
I have a film being released, re-released actually. I did it when I was very young, and it's being re-released as a celebration anniversary nationwide, October 19th for a week.
Miss, are you familiar with the great classic, The Last Dragon? Or are you too young for that movie?
Let me look it up and see if anything visually jumps on the brain or reading about it.
Yeah, I will look at it. The knight finds the egg and then he hides it under the cellar. Is that what am I thinking of Dragon Heart? Lord, today, the dragon in the egg. No, you're playing on Jesus.
That wasn't me. That was Marquise.
Oh, that's Mark.
That's slandering.
Anyway, so earlier before came in, I was talking about that big plan for the young people, and I was talking. I told Nia, how it was landing, and she asked Roger, and you probably got just a guess. There's some gaps and such, and Nia brought up spiritual. Maybe you might look at it as spiritual, so it didn't land with that for maybe 1 or 2 others. So I'm trying to find a way, because I've been living completely different than a lot of people, so it's almost like I forgot how to talk to normal people. And so I attempted to explain a little bit about Dr. Joseph Smith's work and how to incorporate it into the school systems. And this is one of I'm going to start in October. And things like kinds of techniques and things like this, making the mystical, demystifying the mystical, you know, and things about the brain, how the prefrontal cortex is like in general, it tells everything else and every other part of the brain and every obviously the body what we're doing, what's going to go on, you know? And the pituitary gland, how it has a pharmacy of medicine naturally that you can trigger. There's all kinds of things. There's mindful children that play ball with each other, they really go into each other. So it goes on and on and on. And it's ancient techniques that are demystified. And this is where we're going. This is where we're going. This is when you walk into the room. I'm not going to put it on roll. I don't remember put up the AI. So all this information is traveling right now, traveling around the globe, and it's going to speed up in the next 5 to 10 years, and everybody's going to get this knowledge, and in a good way, it's going to flip things on.
Well, the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover is also trying to flip things upside down on a dime.
Then play to win, my brother, play to win.
Expression occurred. What do you think? I'm all in. Are you all in, John?
I'm all in. I'm all in. If you are in, can you give $10 to the campaign right now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker? Do you want real change now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker?
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Because I used to fight when I was a kickboxer champion. So there's me and then it's you first, it's not us. It's you first. If you generate us, you know, people like Brad want to show up, right? So there's a level of take this 100%.
You might have to show up to court for libel and slander, as well as the FBI showing up to his door for death threats on the internet. You might have to show up.
Here's something about being all in, right? You guys gotta figure out, like, what game is being played here. And because politics is a game. And if it's a zero-sum game where you either win the election, lose the election, then I would say that the strategy and the obstacles are going to make that game very, very difficult. But if you can think outside of that zero-sum game and ask yourself, how can I win in this game that I'm playing, where I'm running for Congress, trying to bring attention to the fact that there's $37 trillion of national debt, there's $100 trillion of unfunded liability. If he can make a big enough splash, if he can be just crazy enough and dangerous enough and raise enough money to get the attention, what may happen is Democrats may start funding his campaign, because that would be the thing that would harm his Republican vote. And so there are different things that you can do strategy-wise that can make his voice more powerful and amplify it. And it doesn't, I think the mistake that people make is that, oh, if he loses the election, then the game is over and he's lost. I would say that if he runs, brings attention to the issue, and loses in an epic fashion, he actually wins. And then that sets up a new game where you have a whole new set of goals and objectives.
Right, what I'm saying is play plan A first and don't have a plan B, right? Play plan A first. And John, can you see yourself moving, walking in Congress as a Congressman? And can you honestly say that you see yourself there?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this is destiny, and my whole life has been leading up to this moment to run this campaign.
Well, yeah, well,
Please answer exactly that way independently of that.
no, but he actually answered. He answered like he was going to be there. I asked him, can he see himself there now?
The now is all important, and what I'm doing now is all important.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I said, can you see yourself now, you as a congressman, right now, in Congress?
100%, Tamar.
Tell me about it. Tell us about it. Tell us
We're
about
doing
it.
it right now. You're sliding into the muff.
Okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is what let's take it here. Let's take it here. So I'm a work on this, and all of a sudden now they're releasing nationally something at 0.0111 or 0.0001. This happens, right? Because if this happens for films like Scarface, Star Wars, right? It doesn't happen for films like The Last Dragon, right? Because usually it's stars and things like this. So how did that happen? It's not one like that. So what it is, for example, I speak right now as if it is, right? And it happens because I'm alive with it. I think there's some counter stuff going on because you think you're going to lose and then they're going to win. I say, why don't you play that? Be in Congress right now, behave that way, move that way, and then your mind will open up a million different ways, and you will shock yourself.
Let me put that in, that's correct, let me put it in terms.
Hold on, Alan, why are you holding on to a big ticket? You're not a member of the House, what's going on?
What, it's a different house, oh my gosh,
wait.
Thank you, Alan. No, but that's what I don't get. I suppose you're going to have to tap me down, Rob, because I don't see any practical returns. I've lost that practical thing. So,
here, Sean, close your eyes.
Not now. Imagine yourself walking around Congress. Imagine yourself in the office. Imagine yourself campaigning. Imagine himself in Congress with cameras on, with 30 phones. Imagine him. Imagine him with no shirt on. Imagine him doing yoga poses.
No. You're being funny. I know. This is what, I'm sorry if I say.
time out.
Time out is talking.
Because this is the thing, Alan. We're creating anyway.
Well, what you're talking about is the brain doesn't distinguish between what some people have asserted, that the brain doesn't distinguish between when you imagine something and when you're actually doing it. So you want to embody that which you aspire to. So if you make a daily practice of doing that thing you aspire to, then you will embody it. That's
Muhammad Ali, Babe Ruth, Conor McGregor, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I'm done with my earthy crunch.
Okay, let me tell you, gentlemen, a grok prompt I put in a couple hours ago.
Before you do, can we add Randy Moshman Savage to that list? Thank you. Go ahead, John.
So we were talking about education in Anson's room. This is what I asked Grok earlier. Hey Grok, tell me how to decentralize education in America, how to best educate the population to create the greatest possible economic outcome and growth, while also eliminating the federal and state debts. List in 10 bullet points. This is what Grok says. Candidate Congressman Jack Kitover, here's a 10-point plan to decentralize U.S. education, optimize for economic growth, and eliminate debts. Number one, abolish the Department of Education. Devolve control to states and local governments and administrations. Number two, enact universal vouchers, ESAs for school choice. Number three, prioritize STEM, vocational training for job skills. 4, cut federal education spending and redirect to debt reduction. Now, next one, promote private micro schools and online platforms. Next one, align curricula with market needs to boost productivity. Next, implement the 5% VAT, limit tax deductions for revenue. Number 7, cap state Medicaid education budgets to balance finances. Number 9, foster local innovation for tailored, efficient learning. And 10, leverage skilled workforce growth to erase debt. So I ask you, people of Clown House, do you think AI will play a role into decision making of your future government and where your money's being spent?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And why is that? Why is that? Is that because AI is intelligent and is going to optimize the spend?
Well, you just used AI to ask a question, so I think that, obviously everybody, but maybe broadly speaking, that doesn't help, so. Oof, that's a tough one. You don't have an answer for that.
See, like, Mo, I see John here, right? And I say, wait a minute, there's what, 25, 30 people here, right? You're friends with, what's his name, Lou and others, right? They have hundreds of people in their room, right? Why isn't he, why aren't you?
Hold on. To answer your question, we've already reached out to Lou. The interview is coming. We don't have a date or time set up, but Lou is very interested in reaching, in interviewing to his audience, John Kitover. And while we're at that, look, listen, before we get in front of Lou's room and Lou's audience, why don't we take care of what's happening in this room with this audience?
I already asked you. He hasn't even asked you. Sent me a message. He hasn't even said, but I don't want to get involved. I don't. But
time out. Maybe you're a spiritual advisor. Maybe you're involved in ways that you don't even know.
Maybe you're right.
I would just say this is a good time to remind everybody, it's a good time to form it over for John Kitover.
And speaking of House Rules, Mojo, I don't know if I think one of them was spamming the chat. I don't know if that's borderline spam or.
Not only is he spam in the chat, his English is like 3rd grade level. Like we should.
It's not broken English, it's chattered.
Yeah, it's true. English only, homie.
It's English GPT. What happens when you don't think? It makes sense if you read it with an attitude. It makes sense if you read it while hyperventilating.
John, to answer your question, I think AI is making its way into the political industry because it's the convenience. It's a part of the consumerism as to what made the buck, as to what funded everybody. And I feel like with more AI, it helps people in politics get further without them actually doing their own work. And I think it's dangerous because sometimes they won't even remember. Like Biden couldn't even remember his own shit half the time. Trump couldn't. Nobody, none of these fucking other presidents or other politicians can remember half the shit they say until it's brought up to them. So I think even with AI, I just think it would make it more worse. I think it would make it more insane.
I agree. I also want to let everybody know that I posted on X. If you could follow me on X, it's John Kitover, Illinois. I wrote, candidate Congressman John Kitover is being accused of stolen ballot by clubhouse sociopaths who make death threats all day long. Please consider supporting the campaign to elect John Kitover. Additionally, I posted on my Instagram. Oh, that's okay. If they want to stir the pot, I'll stir the pot with them. We'll make a real sweet brew.
So when you say sociopath,
I meet people that come on Clubhouse and literally for 30 minutes straight scream death threats. Even though they know they're being recorded, you know what their Instagram is. So if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can see a picture of my 2nd Lieutenant military ID, which is in this room as well. And in that post, I stated that I am going to file a lawsuit against Brad Stuffelberger, the Irishman and sea pirate of Clown House who makes death threats and casts libel and slander all day long on Clown House. That's okay. I don't condone people coming on here and making death threats when they should be making shepherd's pie.
I don't think John Kitover ever did wait for a 2-year-old kid.
it's the same room
We're
actually.
also, we're not gonna be doxing, we're gonna follow our rules, there are rules.
I would just merely submit that this is actually the same room. This is the same room with 1,000 posts. So technically, it's not a new room. Just to correct, your rule interpretation.
Well, I was interrupted by John Kitover. I just want to say again, this sounds worse than fucking Tillerson.
Oh, I agree.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Chillism, we're talking, we're talking about death threats.
Hold on. Well, listen, somebody can make that sense. I don't wanna make, I don't wanna make this about doxing anybody. Let's get away from that. But to compare this to chillism, you have to start looking at like, what makes a chillism? Chillism room is 45 minutes of arguing about a book that nobody even read. Chillism is a room where 45 minutes is spent talking about Hegel. And then when you ask either of the people involved, such as Congressman or Ike, and again, I'm violating rule number 9 here, but I apologize in advance. I'm flunky in it, so sometimes they're very rules. But, no, these guys, they argue about things that they've never read. They acknowledge that they've never read it. So that's the difference between chillism and here. At least we have people that read. We read out loud in here. This is how we know that chillism is different from this room. Is because not only do people claim to read, they actually display that they can read, and they do it publicly. This is something chillism would never do. I challenge the people in chillism to do a book reading, and watch how many people move themselves to the audience.
I'm just saying I can't read, so I'm in the right place. Should read them. Do you guys want to read the book to me?
I think we're about to read The Art of War in the month.
That's okay.
No way.
Well, we know what the books are, more of the placebo, but this has to be more.
Well, Dr. Fauci thought that we were the placebo.
My ex-girlfriend, she's from City, back in the day. It's been a few years now. I was talking to her. She said sometimes she used to send me political commentary from places like CNBC. I don't get into all that, but I can tell that's not. I told her these are not journalists. These are opinions. I want to tell you,
Do you miss that month?
she wrote me back. She was saying it's not the world. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. Yeah.
Dolly wrote in the chat that these are dynamic conversations, and I would agree that these are dynamic conversations. While most clubhouse rooms are not dynamic, and they're actually just echo chambers, unlike when you're inside the month.
I agree. That's what I like about Mojo is because he's willing to go down the muffle and pointing out that they don't actually read the book and that they put out the book.
Can someone explain to me what in the month actually means? What does that mean fucking mean?
So pretty much it's out with your older brother. ChatGPT.
It's an italic. Yeah, it means like you're a pussy eater pretty much. Like.
No, hey. Nobody can explain in the month to the gay people. I'm gonna have that as a rule. Listen, gay people are not allowed to know.
It won't mean unless you type the month.
Nobody talks about the month.
Yeah, it's like fuck.
It's censored me.
There's no rule around that. I'm gonna let you know you made that, but there's no rule around it originally.
I may add a rule.
Okay.
I can add rules all the time. We've already been editing the rules.
So this is what AI says about in the month and what in the month means. So the phrase in the month can mean different things depending on the context. Number one, the month refers to a field intended to catch or possess the ball, usually on return. So in the month can refer to moments during a game when the ball is loose due to a month capture, historical context, or fashion context. In a month,
Hold on. Can
Soprano and he'll figure it out.
I did not know he was a gay.
Do you guys remember when we first created this house? We had Uncle Jim's pictures for the icon of the house.
Okay, so this is in the month, or this is the Urban Dictionary version. The month, as defined by Urban Dictionary, refers to female genitalia, specifically the vulva or pubic area. It is a slang term often considered vulgar and also used in dictionaries with similar meaning as young and asking. So we're in a woman's vagina here. So what this room? I gotta go.
That's not bad.
Listen, it's a beautiful place. You know what? As much as you might think it now,
You can't handle the truth.
you can't have a woman's vagina, but like, you know, it's don't be so self-centered.
Oh, this is gross. We're saying vagina Jackson again.
Yeah, it's just an expression. Who cares?
That is one.
Well, like I will never look at this room the same again.
Well, we're just lucky to call him the vulva.
I knew from the beginning for what it's worth. I think most of us did. You know, I don't think anybody's ever told Scarlett.
Oh, she know.
I don't know. I think she legitimately thought it meant earmuffs because she likes to put on earmuffs when people start talking to her.
I love that you had an epiphany today about that. I'm so grateful to have been part of this journey with you, that you learned today on Clubhouse about things. I'm tickled over you.
So okay, is this a new term? Like, where did this come from? This is from like the 80s. How have I never heard this before? Maybe the second time I ever heard it.
70s.
No, you hear that? Or you just don't forget it. 70s porn? It sounds more like 80s porn. Maybe first person porn.
You guys never heard the term love diving?
Yeah, that's a new term.
But in The Sopranos, there was a scene where he's like, Uncle Jim's in the muff. And then he's like, what? He's like, did I say muff? I meant rough. And then he fucked with him the whole time.
Yeah, he's like Italian gangsters. They make fun of you if you go down on pussy. Italian gangsters are like good black guys. They don't eat pussy.
Well, I would just say if we cut Medicare, Medicaid by $400 billion, I don't think it's going to impact many moms in the OBGYN. That's just my opinion.
Well, that may be so. Don't you have a question for you? Have you thought about a theme song for In the Muff?
No, look, I don't think so.
I have a suggestion.
Well, okay. I'm open to suggestions. Go ahead.
All right, Robert D. and James Dio, Holy Diver. I think that could be your theme song. Joe. Play Joe.
Oh, Joe. Joe, you want to dial it out for us?
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, me either. I figured it out earlier. You know, I don't know when you guys ever have to play music really loud. Anybody present with that? I either.
I don't think so.
It was pretty fun.
What was the name of the song?
I was there. It was great.
Holy Diver. Ronnie James Dio. Just Dio. Holy Diver. D.O.D. And he's a good Italian guy.
You're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Yeah, it's a good song. Ronnie James.
He's clean. That was pretty good. Whatever that was pretty good.
Guys, I said Holy Diver, but I didn't say the artist. Maybe this is his name. Tell me.
It's heavy metal.
But did you have on ominous beginning?
I don't remember the beginning. It's like a kid. I don't know. Let's say that.
Mike, you're gonna ruin my. You're gonna trigger my copyright warnings on YouTube, Tim.
So, how many seconds?
I I usually try to turn it off immediately. 4 to 5 seconds, you're cooked. 15 seconds, they nuke your account, and your whole career is over.
Really, the documentary come out. I have at least a year to prepare for it, at least.
Time out, can you see my YouTube account?
I'll get ready here.
You guys want to hear some Ronnie James Dio trivia?
Sure. Does it have anything to do with Black Sabbath? Go ahead.
No, nothing to do with Black Sabbath. You know how Ronnie James Dio was famous for the devil horns? Yeah, well, the devil horns. That actually is an Italian thing to warn off spells on you, curses, and it's called one of the white men. And he started doing it, and everybody got on devil horns. And he's something that is old Italian ritualistic thing. It's called the white man.
But I'll get something better. When I was learning to drive the bus at Metropolis, I thought, okay, so when I was a student, they said, okay, we'll get it back into the 90s there, because we're taking it back to the garage when the 90 lessons are correct. I jumped up and started to get it back, and I just wanted to hear people laughing, because I was like, are they laughing at me or what? Like that, and I kind of dedicated the probationary period to my deceased maternal aunt too. So I heard it a couple of more times after I graduated, and I googled the symptoms that I heard, and they said that it was a black mirror, often found in Hispanic cultures, which they would look at it. I think it was the Aztecs or some one of the other ones. They would look in the black mirror to cheat and to be able to tell the future.
Who? The Mexicans did that? We talking about?
To look in the black mirror and to cheat so that they could look into the future, because when you're driving the bus, I use all the mirrors possible. And for some strange reason, I looked up in the mirror and I was like, I didn't know. I think God's telling us that she's a sixth sense. She sees ghosts or something.
6, 7, 8. She sees ghosts.
It's something in another culture. It's called the black mirror that tells into the future. That's because I was looking at the symptoms, like that. Because I swore I was...
She's talking about one of the Aztec gods. What's his name?
Really?
Tex or something? I don't know what the
You sure she's not talking about, like, Ilamataka,
I don't know. I kind of Googled
what god are you referring to? What's it called again?
I don't know.
She's talking about some Haitian shit. She's talking about Haitian.
It's not Haitian.
She's talking about some Haitian shit. We're gonna be sacrificing fucking animals in a minute.
Yeah.
The killing chicken.
So real quick, right? So the Aztec people in Mexico did have like a god that sounds very similar to that, right? That was a reference to like obsidian, dark mirrors and stuff. They didn't believe in that. They essentially they would have used a specific god, and he would show you use the mirror to look at the souls of people and to guess the future. Like that is actually a thing. I'm just trying to see if we're talking about the same. If we're talking about the same guy or we're talking about different people.
I Googled the elements of symptoms and it came up with what you said.
We're in the month. We're talking about kind of the experience with looking at research.
I mean, time sharp down to this.
Yes. But it's actually interesting because it's different. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was alluding to. Backing off to someone else who's supposed to be before me. And I put that out here because I wanted more.
Girl, your braids are too tight. Girl, loosen up them braids.
I actually appreciate your patience. I don't think most people knew about this guy.
I know.
I know. I mean, I don't, let's not play it off as I was. I mean, first of all, what you really, I thought I was hearing things.
I think we should really do a fun fact Thursday, or like a trivia Thursday, where everybody finds a fun fact and then we share it. But I love shit like this. Like, I think it's fun.
Yeah.
All right, give me a fun fact about the gay Mexican community. Go ahead.
But I'm not Mexican, I wanna know that.
What? I can't believe you right now.
Don't be racist.
How many seconds of music can we play? Because I want you guys to hear this much more.
How about 5 seconds?
Alexa, play.
I swear to God, like, what the fuck is this? He doesn't like the Arabs, but he's going to speak Arabic as well.
Some of them are legit. You know what I mean? Like they're, you know.
No, we don't know.
Yeah. No, explain.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Please.
No, that's it. That's exactly it.
Vacuum?
No, that's holy diver. That is holy diver.
Use pro fun facts for today. Okay, so which country has more pyramids than
Mexico.
Colombia? Guatemala.
No one ever gets.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I asked Greg the following, this is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions? Break down by monthly budget. Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Greg's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education, FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total for at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month. To enhance quality while cutting 50% slash administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency for studies from heritage rulings. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you. I hope you enjoyed hearing.
Thank you, John. And so, if you have any response to John, otherwise we will, go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, John.
May I ask, what do you like to do for fun?
How does it get to the other people today? Like your people?
Yeah, that's right. So like you can become radioactive and start emitting that radiation yourself, and then you can quote unquote infect other people because radiation spreads because it's a chain reaction, the runaway chain reaction method.
I don't, can you explain to them the way that you can do that brainwave with a microwave? It doesn't think like in, it's like Havana syndrome, but can you explain how you can do that?
Oh, yeah.
With a microwave?
Yeah, so there's something like resonance phenomena with microwaves and proteins and DNA, despite what popular conspiracy theorists online would tell you that, hey, it's 5G coronavirus. Well, actually, those radio waves that we are emitting have a non-zero probability of damaging you. In fact, if you have the wrong mutation, there's a Yale study that says, hey, you're 4 times more likely to develop thyroid cancer. And Havana syndrome is basically 1975 amplified. 1975 in Moscow, the American embassy in Moscow was hit with directed microwave radiation, resulting in the first documented example of quote-unquote Havana syndrome, which is something similar to concussions being present in your brain without having experienced a concussion. So if they hit just the right kind of frequency, you can create just the right kind of disruption in your cells. And so over time, the Russians cook you like something in a microwave. And so it's hard to defend against this. And lots of, if you want to know what else it's called
And cheering.
Microwave ablation. I think it's called microwave ablation. So it's using ultrasound, I believe, and microwaves to direct energy into tumors inside the body. So if they can destroy tumors inside the body using this microwave ablation, then you bet your ass, the bigger you make the phenomena, the more damage you can do to more directed tissue, and you can focus it like a laser beam, half a mile, 2 feet, it really doesn't matter.
So fuck with the CAI, John.
To answer the original, another question though, like how does it spread? When the body dies, it begins to decay faster, and then when that happens, you know how you start to smell shit. Like when people have to open, like say a suicide victim, for example, they open the window before they kill themselves because they'll be all like, I don't want the smell to get out, but it gets out anyway. So that, like, a person with plutonium, right, that shit spreads. It would spread all, like, everywhere. So what they do, they place the people in air capsules, pressurized air capsules. That's what, then they bury them. And those capsules stay active, like, I don't know for how long exactly, but a pretty fucking long time.
Oh, see, I didn't know this. See, you bring good fun facts.
I tried.
I got another one. Do y'all want another one?
Well, I have a question. What's the half-life of plutonium?
I heard when I read it lasts about a decade, I believe. It could go longer depending on what the material is of the plutonium. What I read up, I read up on a guy. His name was Brian Simmons, and he had gotten caught with radioactivity and working at this nuclear facility. It was a nonprofit nuclear energy facility, and they were touching these radioactive plates which had this black powder, and it fell out, and all they had were like rubber gloves and nylon jackets and goggles. That was it. They didn't have anything else, and they got contaminated.
So this is the other, well, I'll leave more time for responses this time, but what is the fattest organ in the human body?
Skin.
That's the largest.
Did he say that?
The skin's the largest human organ.
The fattest.
That's the fattest.
Oh, well, when I heard the fattest, I thought the largest.
Oh, no worries. You're still wrong, though. All right. The answer is, wait, y'all want time to guess?
I guess the intestine, because you're
No, you know what? Why don't you just ask a trivia question and then just blurt out the answer 10 seconds later? That would be much more fun.
What's the expression of life in the body?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any final guesses?
Go right ahead.
Okay, it's the human brain. The human brain is 60% fat.
Yeah, the brain.
So I got a question.
Does the brain move? Shit, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Mother, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's 831 times 1,000?
Why are you asking me dumb questions, Roger?
You only have to know that if you're running for Congress in the District of Illinois.
I can't believe people are actually giving this man money.
What do you mean? You don't like what people
I think the statement the speaks for itself. I am equally at all.
I mean, I guess it's the same. People donate money to feel good. So I guess
Wait, hold on. I remember when a fucking guy that was a real estate tycoon and then a social media host of a show got involved in politics, and everybody said he didn't have a chance, and next thing you know, he's ran in 3 elections and he's won 2 of them. I mean, okay, just give him a chance.
Hey, John, do you know James Snyder?
The guy that shoots people in the face?
I was just gonna say, have you ever ran into him in your career in police
on your way to Congress?
Clubhouse, I've run into him on Clubhouse, and I think he's a patriotic American, and he shared some fun stories, and he has shared some great insight into his political endeavors and his interactions with his Republican GOP in his area. And so, I think you should honor all speakers on this app because everybody can play their little role.
I think what we should do is invite James Snyder and get that guy Myth back, because James Snyder has shot somebody and Myth has been shot. I think that would be a fun conversation.
So any more fun facts today? Roger, can we do a trivia Thursday?
No, you asked that before and I told you it's a bad idea.
Why is it a bad idea?
Because people have access to Google and they would cheat.
Oh shit, you're right. We did talk about this. I forgot. It's not on Monday. I'm sorry. We talked about this earlier.
It's okay.
Random trivia, nobody used Google. Who's the highest ranking official at a homicide crime scene?
FBI.
Sir, unless there is detective placed in jurisdiction. Chief detective.
This is just a local homicide, not federal or kidnapping involved. Guess again.
The lieutenant? The sergeant?
Last call.
Damn, I don't know.
That's the Morgan.
Coroner. The coroner is the highest ranking. The body cannot be removed without the coroner's approval. Once the coroner arrives, the coroner would literally tell all the lieutenants, captains, if the chief was there, the coroner would tell them to leave.
Well, that's not necessarily what you asked. You said who's in charge of an investigation.
Well, highest ranking. No, I didn't say in charge. I said it was the highest ranking.
True, but still at the investigation.
No? Message sent off and not message received.
We need better fun facts. Much better. But actually, I didn't know that either, so I learned something new. So I guess that's good. I like learning things.
Do we have any FDR fans in the house? Anyone a fan of FDR? No? No FDR fans.
Are you not a fan of him?
Well, are you?
Believe it or not, are you Franklin Delano Roosevelt?
Yeah.
Actually, that is the cousin of mine.
Okay, well then let me ask you a question.
Hold
on. May I ask you a question? Since you're so familiar with him. What is your favorite of his Japanese internment games?
Oh no, I only paid attention to the landmark to connect the dots. Hyde Cemetery, Hyde Park. I only paid attention to that. I didn't get into deep details about, the type of games that he played.
What's that high-pitched whistling noise that accompanies you, Connie, when you're speaking? Is that like a sound weapon in the background?
Oh, that is the pipes. I'm in an apartment. That's the pipes.
Oh, really? You need heating
I
in the
got the door
summertime?
open to monitor it.
Is it New York?
No, it's Washington. I'm sorry, it's Silver Spring.
Don't dox yourself.
As your attorney, I urge you not to answer.
Yeah, don't dox yourself. As weird as you are, I will protect you.
Oh God, Liberty County's so huge. They'll never find me.
Well, they've narrowed it down.
So
But you're right. You're right. But I mean, I've seen him in what do you call that? The waiting room. He's pretty cool. He doesn't have time to dox anybody.
The problem is the whole fucking room is listening.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
But I'm looking for his it's already on my Instagram and Facebook.
You're totally right. There's nobody that's listening other than the two people that were talking. No
money.
Okay, who is the most problematic person in this space?
On the stage right now?
Yes.
Ooh, boy, that's gonna be a toss-up. I would definitely say the messiest person is Pockets, but.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to say Fox. I was like, but I'm curious on the time scale, because like if you mean now or later.
Well, however you want to interpret it.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I just want to read you a new Grok prompt I wrote. It says, I wrote, what are the top 10 budget items of the U.S. government? And break down each into more detailed analyses. Determine the best way to optimize the federal spend to optimize the economy. This is what Grok writes back. Top 10 U.S. FY 2025 budget items in billions proposed. Number one, Social Security, 1.5 or 1,543 billion or 1.5 trillion. Retirement disability benefits funded by payroll taxes, optimized by raising the retirement age and means testing. Number two, other mandatory, 1 trillion for veterans income support, streamline administration, reduce fraud. Number three, net interest, 969 billion. Debt payments cut via deficit reduction. Number four, Medicare, 936 billion. Senior health negotiations promote preventative care like going to the gym. Number five, non-defense discretionary, 995 billion. Education health prioritize high ROI investments. Six, defense at 850 billion. Military enhance efficiency, cut waste. Number seven, Medicaid at 587 billion. Low income health focus on outcomes, reduce overutilization. Number eight, VA, 163 billion. Veteran care, integrate with private sector. Number nine, HHS, 134 billion. Public health, invest in R&D for growth. Number 10, education, 82 billion. Schools aid, boost STEM for workforce. To optimize the economy, redirect to infrastructure. R&D boost GDP by 1 to 2x return. Reform entitlements for sustainability, cut regulations, subsidize, promote high-skill immigration, aiming for 2 to 3% annual growth while curbing deficits. I hope you enjoyed that information injection.
I think it's interesting that on all of them that are, got their hand out for R&D. I wonder if that's a self-serving thing to have R&D for AI.
John, if you could just check your back channel, just have a suggestion for you, minor improvement for your Grok and other tools. If you personalize it a little bit, given what you're trying to achieve, I think the custom instructions that I provided there, or if you choose to continue the conversation on your own, you can probably get better results going forward. So I'd highly recommend you check it out again.
Do you want to just give me like a 3-sentence summary real quick?
No, because you have to type it in, but I can give you an example of what it's saying. So for example, the prompt started with, I want to draft custom instructions for candidate congressman designed to balance political messaging, discipline, policy depth, public relatability, and responsiveness. But we want him to win, or at the very least, make a splash, so enhance all of the following. And then I give kind of a draft of what I think. One of them, for example, core output. Candidate congressman custom instructions include number one, lead with clear position, start every response with a direct, memorable statement of stance or intent. Number two, confidence score. And with a 0 to 100% rating, plus short rationale. Clarity plus concision. Keep responses tight, punchy, and free of jargon. Explain technical terms in plain language. So that set of custom instructions, I use a similar set, but mine is customized for a CEO of a biotech company that wants to disrupt shit and piss off a lot of people while helping a lot of people in medicine, right? So there's an example so you can kind of compare the two.
Plain language, Sean.
No, he's doing a great job so far. I'm actually quite impressed. So if you drop me a link or something, I'll even donate.
Wow.
The link was pinned above.
My bad. I'll try to track it down if it's in the chat, or you can just send it.
No, we'll get it pinned back up there.
Help you. Retweet it for God's sakes.
What's the link? What's the link that needs to be pinned?
It's in John's bio. I can't do it. I'm driving.
You can't actually. I'm gonna. You can't copy it from my profile, which is the challenge.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, no, that's okay. I'll just take a screenshot. Now, if that's the link, then I'll take a look. Thanks.
See if I can put it in the chat. Okay, it's in the chat. You can copy and paste it from there.
John, what was Brad doing? What was he saying?
I mean, I let everything go. I think everything is just for a day. I'm more than happy to stir the pot on the day that the pot is stirred. But, you know, the next day I like fresh food, so that's just me.
There you go.
John, why does pasta sauce taste better the second day?
I'm not sure why you think it tastes better the second day. Maybe it's just because leftover food, you know, feels good.
Because all the seasonings have had time to kind of settle and marinate.
Yes, I would say that they were able to mellow together and create a more composed sauce by letting it rest in the refrigerator overnight.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it. Well,
It's not cooked, you can tell.
But your pasta should be made fresh.
Well, I will say the rule in this house of not bringing in other rooms' drama into this room is a great way to be in the now.
How long can we keep it that way?
Well, it depends on the discipline of following the rules. I think earlier we allowed some rules to get broken, and we just have to have more discipline about enforcing rules.
So currently, is there a list of people that are not allowed on stage? Because
No, not according to me. The only person that I moved down was Time Shark, because he's a time suck. But other than him, I don't have a list.
okay, so Rich is allowed. Okay.
Well, hold on. Has Rich been allowed? I thought he owed apologies and he had to agree that he was going to abide by the rules. If he could do that, he can come in.
He was in here in your absence, and he told us that you had co-signed that.
I said that he needed to apologize to two people. One of those people might be you. The other person might be somebody else that is a doctor. And as long as those apologies are made, they don't necessarily have to be accepted. I just want to see some goodwill. And then an agreement to follow the rules. I think agreeing to follow the rules will cover a lot of it, but I just want to see if we can get him to humble himself enough to offer an apology, because that would be fun for me.
My apology is spelled Benjamin, and I have a Cash App available or a donation to John Kitover's campaign.
You need to know more than two or maybe one of these kind of characters on stage.
Charlie, you actually have a Cash App.
I do.
I didn't think they allowed white girls to have this. So there you go, John, $20.
Well, thank you. Can I?
As you're sitting, I'll actually support you much more. So just keep delivering, my man.
Thanks. It's definitely a Clown House team effort. Positive Mojo Vibration here has really pushed me and propelled me forward by crafting the environment, and I'm responding, and I will work hard, and I really appreciate the donation you give me.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued service to one of the most important nations in the world. So thank you for bringing such an important mission. I really appreciate it, even though I'm just a Canadian. So thank you again.
Going back to the pasta, how do you guys do it with the noodles? Do you let the noodles sit in with the sauce, or do you wait?
Marquis, hold on 1 second. FYI, you may need to check the rules on the donation page to make sure you didn't violate any rules. I don't know, it has something about
Well, if he is Canadian, you just have to return the funds. Also a super PAC thing. In easy days.
Well, there's a residency card.
I was thinking about the PAC idea. I like the idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you want an answer to the pasta? Well, I mean, again, just like when you put the noodles in the sauce once they're al dente, or wait until the sauce is done, then.
Because I don't like it when it's all watery.
Okay, then you want to do, they do it, it's called mantecare, and it's the process of finishing. So what you do is that you have your sauce, and then you.
Wait, why do you call it sauce? Is it gravy?
No, that's a New Jersey, annoying thing that they do there. No, it's not great.
Rocky Mountain and Greg Armstrong.
Yeah, well, I'm in Maryland, I'm from New York, but no, I'm not from New Jersey. And I, anything else that Marlo's that Italian, I'm kind of upset. But anyway, mantecare is a method for finishing your pasta. So you boil your pasta with salt only, never put olive oil in, and never rinse your pasta because you're rinsing off long starch. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. Starch. If you want, the starch is what makes the sauce adhere to the pasta. So you take your pasta and then you get a saute pan out, you put some sauce in it, and very high heat, you throw in the pasta, you stir it and carefully coat the pasta, then you eat. That's called finishing it mantecare, and then you flake it, and that will make all of your pasta taste better if you use that method.
Okay, so let's put tagliano, but tagliano.
You put in the oil just so the noodles don't stick, but.
No, never put oil in the pasta. Parlo italiano con del vino dei 2 anni. Rule number 11, English.
Oh, yeah.
I broke a rule, I didn't even realize it. Sorry, guys.
It's all set. They're not you're not mansplaining something in Italy in Italian. It's piacere.
Well, and to be fair, we are going to break the English only thing. Your European languages would be the first exception.
Time out, speaking Italian, time out. You're fluent in Italian?
Okay.
I love it.
I've lost quite a bit. The Italians couldn't tell by the accent. I kept the accent. And living in Italy, learning quite when you're a kid.
Yes, I lived in Italy for. How long did you live in Italy for?
Like, probably 10 to 13, more or less. Trasferito in Roma, my father's from Benevento, south of Italy. But we're living, when we came from the States, we're living in Constantine, which is in Roma. It's close to Piazza Santa Maria, and it's beautiful. The big Christmas tree. If you have few black folks in the room, it's amazing to go outside of, especially Italy, the culture is big, and it expands your horizon. Anybody, black, white, anybody, Americans should come to this country for at least a month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll be out of the country next week.
Where are you going to, Mo?
I'm going to Vancouver, BC.
You using your cash app?
I don't understand the inference, but
Screw this cash app.
Vancouver board. Yeah, I love Vancouver. It's a very clean city. It's so clean, it actually starts changing your mind a little bit around spending money to keep this in. It's a better experience than the human shit on the sidewalk in San Francisco.
It's really that bad, huh?
It's legit human shit on the
got a 6 block radius around this area called 8 states. It's pretty disgusting. But they keep all the riffraff in one little area. So you gotta appreciate that.
And you know what? In the early 90s, when I went to New York and I was on my way back home, and the first major town I hit was Bowie, which if Bowie isn't right, like for snow removal, then everybody has to stay in the house. And I was like, thank God, green grass, artificial green grass, and that sidewalks. New York City, a lot of the boroughs don't even have sidewalks. I mean, it's 2 steps from the gravel to the sidewalk is literally nothing.
You know what? Complain about the sidewalks too in Chicago. They got these bike lanes everywhere, and they got these stupid little curbs that come out and cause a fucking traffic jam.
I just want to say this just for austerity, because you might be recording and so on. As Mojo said, just send me the refund and I'll send the donations through my American corporation. No problem. I think that'll be fine. Unless there's another problem that I was fucking don't know at this point. Just want to say that he was so charismatic, I should have been more careful with the reading. So my apologies, but thank you, Mojo, for being on top of that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll log in shortly and I'll hit the refund for it.
One reason why they got a lot of bike lanes is because U.S. Department of Interior implemented it and paid for it. And you'll see bike lanes even alongside highways. And which was a bridge, you know, they even have a bike lane on it. So that's why they have it. Because I remember I did a tip assignment there, and so I was just going over to see how many bike lanes had been completed and how many bike lanes I had already seen, you know, in Washington D.C. area. But yeah, it's been implemented, so it's kind of like mandatory. But if you do not in D.C., if you do like rideshare, you better have a camera because those bikers are just atrocious and terrible.
Well, these bike lanes have taken up a lot of parking. They're eliminating 40% of the parking in all these businesses that they're already charging for the parking. I mean, it's this Green New Deal is a waste of time, a waste of money. You can't snowplow the bike lanes in the winter, so they just sit there full of snow. It's, you know, these people that run cities, they do not know how to optimize or efficiently run cities.
He's right about the sidewalks being a factor. Memphis is number one. I was surprised when I read this. Memphis, Tennessee ranks number one, having the highest rates of pedestrian fatalities. We've had this discussion in a room recently. And we actually had somebody that lived there, and it's simply because there's no sidewalks. It's just that they don't like there. It's like, fuck, not happening. No sidewalks.
Well, you know what? You know what else there isn't? There's no more money in the treasury. There's $37 trillion in debt. Those are receipts, but other than that, there's nothing there. I love that. Does anyone think the gold is actually in Fort Knox? Is there any gold in Fort Knox?
Yeah, I think there's actually more gold than they report because all those governments that you overthrew in the Middle East, they are reporting their gold missing. So I suspect it's actually much more problematic than anyone wants to audit. So that's my suspicion.
Yeah, there's that famous photo of Tom Cobb and the truckload full of gold from Sodom.
Yeah, we three kings be stealing gold.
So in Clown House summation, we have learned that every day is like every other day, just a repeat of the other day. Welcome to Clown House.
It's not every day, without mentioning names, where someone might be considering seeking legal and/or law enforcement assistance in holding someone accountable for saying dangerous things.
Well, I believe that it's a roast, and tomorrow the roast will continue. I have no doubt that today's show will be tomorrow's show, and yesterday's show will be tomorrow's show. It is the same pattern every single day, and the only way, in my opinion, to break that pattern is to read what's called a book, which is a forced dialectic or an external hard drive injected into a social audio chat instead of never-ending heated conversations and road raging. It's called a book. Maybe we should try it again in the month.
This is a good book by Dispenza. It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
If you check my PTR right now, I just refresh my image. It's writing is thinking. And too many people are doing something like cognitive offloading into the AIs. Even early studies now with like doctors who are and I can't even say the word. Several doctors' studies show that if they do enough cognitive offloading, they actually become worse at diagnostics. So this idea of letting the AI think for you, that's like saying, hey, I'm not going to lift weights, the robot will lift weights for me. Well, then how are you going to get healthy, right? So it might be something to add to your arsenal there, John. This article here says, kind of outlines some of the big problems. And you're always the one mentioning this, that people don't do enough thinking. And I feel guilty because I've been introducing these tools to people. And as you know, in chillism, there's several people who refuse to think for themselves. They're like, no, I'm just going to let the machine do all the thinking. So it's quite the tragedy.
Have you ever encouraged the people over in that room to like read a book?
I've tried. I've tried to encourage, for one of the people, Lion, I've been talking to him about a single paper for 2 years. And it's a paper about evolution, about molecules, how life started from inorganic molecules. And has never, I suspect he's never even clicked on the link. I suspect he's never opened the paper. He hasn't even done an AI overview. So that's the kind of friction that I'm up against in that room.
I think you do represent an interesting dynamic, though. It's like you got the smartest guy on the app, which you'll probably reject that title of, in the stupidest room on the app. And so it's a very weird dynamic.
It is, actually, but I go there for the tongue twisters because I have to do speech therapy. And now that I work in a hospital with my technology, I have to tell doctors big words and stuff. And so whenever I mention anything in that room, it always falls on deaf ears because I'm saying something technical and perhaps tangent to what's being discussed. And most people don't appreciate it, but I'm there for a very selfish reason, although I do try to make what I say valuable to people. That's the kind of the nature of my attendance in that room. And John always gives me shit for it, rightfully. So it is sometimes like Clown House in there. Very, very, I think there should be an app called Clown House made by John, and that could be itself a political movement.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Clown House.
It's not a good idea because you're already on Clown House, so it's already happened right now.
5 seconds of music. 5 seconds here, guys.
Hold on a second. I want to ask Io a question. Io, if you were to play a real-world version of Oregon Trail, but let's say you're just boldly going to some new place, and you had to fill your proverbial wagon with 4 people from Chillism to help you survive some mission where there's going to be unknown threats. Who's the 4 people you pick from Chillism to help you survive?
Oh shit, Chillism? Okay, so Lion's wife is a nurse, so I'd probably take a nurse or some medical professional. So
lion, the better half of the two. That would probably be one. The three other deadly thinkers. I don't know, but like, I'll have to think about the other three, so give me a few minutes. Maybe just the three fattest people, so you'd have people you could eat as they die along the trip. Oh shit, okay, I didn't know it was that kind of trip. But that's a good point. I forgot that the Oregon Trail was treacherous. Donner party. Yeah, I've only been in tourism a couple of times, but it's sort of like a room of self-loathing, masochistic misanthropes, and I don't enjoy it. On a good day, it's a circus. We have no shortage of weirdos over here, though. We're being honest.
Hey Jill, I got a sandwich I make that you love, but you have to like lox. You like lox?
I love lox.
Okay, so listen. Whole Foods makes a package of croissants. There's 4 in a pack. You get the croissant, you put it in the oven just to warm it up. You put olive oil in the pan, and you get those thin slices of lox. You don't cook heavy, light, and grate tomatoes, cut them up, or any tomatoes. Just enough for a sandwich, and you let it sit in there in the olive oil. Then you move it over. You're not frying these lox, you're just warming them up. And you take a couple eggs, maybe 1, 2, maybe 2, 3, depends on how much you want. And you put oregano, maybe some Italian seasoning, some pepper, whatever else you want. That's the basic. And then you take that croissant out, cut it open. If you like, put some Philadelphia cream cheese. There goes the most delicious sandwich.
You know what? I like the composition. I will try that out. That sounds very good.
That's right. For the Mama Luke's in the house.
Tell me, have you ever had a Colatello di Zebulo?
Yeah. Time up. You know, when I was a kid, I remember I was fanatic about gnocchi, but no, I haven't. I don't think I have that.
Colatello is very much like prosciutto, and Colatello means little ass in Italian, and it's from a portion of the pig that's very small. That's why they call it little ass, and it is the most buttery, delicious Maria that you could ever have. If you like prosciutto and you have this, you'll never want to go back to eating prosciutto. Although it does cost like $40-50 a pound, it's delicious. If you could find Colatello di Zebulo, you should try it.
Put it in the chat for the folks.
I'll find a link and I'll put it in there.
Yeah, and then anybody go to Italy, go to South Italy, and you'll have like buttery mozzarella, buffalo mozzarella. And most, if you like the sisters, Italian food, they like Italian food.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, well, yeah. Like them sisters, right?
You know, I used to. There's a white girl on this app.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
Where you don't have to give away, but what part of America or what area? There's she live?
I would never say.
Well,
Wise man.
shooting your shot is good.
I put the link in there for you guys, Colatello.
Yeah, Joe's for real, you can tell. He's for real.
I don't know, man. He still calls it sauce and not gravy. Like, I mean, I know some people that have a problem with that. They're all TV characters, but they have a problem with that.
I
Joe,
don't
you ever,
know.
Joe, you ever bought a,
Uncle Junior would definitely have a problem with that.
Joe, you ever bought a pound of gabagool?
I mean, Capocola? Yeah, I have. And gabagool is a stupid thing to say when you can say Capocola. And I wasn't calling you stupid. I was calling gabagool stupid.
Tell him, teach Mojo how to say it the right way though. Say it the right way, Joe.
C'est mozzarella. Mozzarella.
Forget about
So Mojo, for this weekend, I'm not sure I want to download Chatter again. I guess I can try on a burner phone, but they deleted my account, John Kitover, so that there's still a lasting sting to have that account deleted. But I would love to transition, pivot, clone, and redistribute the Mojo experience across multiple platforms.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I wanna see if we can kick up a buzz across these different platforms. I'd really like to stir up a fan base if we could. All 12 people that might show up. That'd be fun. I'll actually reach out to Isaac Hayes and say, hey, would you be interested in participating in a room where someone running for Congress in Illinois is going to be there? He would probably love that.
I'm pretty sure he knows my name, knows my face, but I would love that as well. And X, I think, is the biggest place where we can have the most fun because that's where the most insane anti-Semite, Jew-hating racist scumbags live by the thousands.
Well, you know what's going to be great about that is that the challenge is I nuked my fucking own account. It was becoming like I was spending. You think I spend time on here? I can spend time on here and multitask, but I was doing this thing over there where like I wanted to be the first to comment, so I had to really pay attention to it, and it was too much. I had to fucking delete it. But there's some people on there that if we reconnect with them, they do the very kind of spaces that would be good. Of all people, Stephen Bader would be good to connect with over there. Plug you into a community of people that want to reduce the debt, or at least say they do.
Well, you need to create a Mojo experience account, and I have many, 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 many X accounts with many, many followers. So any content you create, I can retweet and vice versa. But we can rapidly grow your account to where we should be able to get seen in the open X spaces.
I like it.
What's I have a Discord, but I don't use it much. Is there anything happening there for something like this?
Discord is where the planning for these types of rooms take place, and it's a very toxic environment for most people. Be careful on Discord.
Yeah, I just go for a writing. It's a writing workshop that we do there. That's it. I don't jump around. I don't even know how to use it really.
Yeah, Pepe likes to say he came out of the most racist rooms of Discord, and he was a neo-Nazi at the time. And his brother also has the stormtroopers insignia. So, every time Pepe gives a little lecture, just know that you may be communicating with somebody who you could consider an extremist.
Yeah, so he has a brother too, huh?
That was funny.
Like a twin Pepe, like a Pee-Pee.
Stages and
I call him Dr. Peepee.
Pepe and Le Pew.
You know, Mojo said once, he's like, you know, John has all these recordings of Clubhouse users. If one of them does something awful, or, you know, it's like you got all this, you know, digital signature communication. I don't think
You got your own
anybody.
Epstein list. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've created my own little hive of intelligence, but really it's not me. It's just Clownhouse. I'm just hitting live stream.
Well, you know, most people, like, there are some people who technically can record all the streams at once. So, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Clubhouse leaves that door open to this day. So, you could, in essence, just be streaming all the rooms and ripping them all.
I agree, but
You don't have to be in the room.
since I'm running for Congress, like I would like to set up more recording studios in my house to record even more clubs. But the truth is, that's not what's going to win this campaign. And creating more targeted content, and I think using AI and Grok to create targeted content to read and then deploy, you know, will go a long way. I mean, if we can give.
Well, if you want some help, I'm down to help you pro bono. If you want some technical support, I got it.
So, here's something that would be cool, is utilizing AI to go through all of the hours of content that he's streamed, looking for particular either voice signatures where you're looking for the best of something, or just looking for a particular topic. Is that something that that you would be able to help out with?
Easy peasy. Yeah, that's easy peasy.
That's easy peasy,
Okay.
huh?
Yeah, if you got the recordings, it's a matter of just processing them, and then it's just a matter of tokens. One thing that you can do is make a specific section in your political campaign for funding AI tools. That would actually probably be the most transparent and open way of addressing this. You're like, look, here, I need money for these AI tools, so I can give you the best bang for your buck, right? And then you could probably even apply for growth to get unlimited access as a senator or senator candidate or Congress candidate, which is what Grok and ChatGPT offer to government workers, federal workers. So there's probably like an email that you could write to get kind of like, you know, $100,000 in monthly tokens, which is what they give to startups. So it's not the unknown possibility to just get $100,000 each from like NVIDIA, ChatGPT, Google. Each of these companies can do that for you. So there's probably many creative ways of doing that, but it would just be a matter of getting those kind of processing. So I think for like an hour processing audio, Roger, it's about $8. So depending on how much the aspiring congressman has hours, you can just roughly calculate what you need. And the costs are always going down, so there's probably many ways of focusing as well. But if John can give me like an estimate of how many hours he has, I can probably give you an estimate of how much it would cost.
So many possibilities. I like it. That was actually one of the smarter things I've ever heard on Clubhouse.
You are sliding deep.
Joe, I've told you this many, many times, and I have probably only heard it half a dozen times now, but I believe that he's the smartest person on all of them. So, yeah. Well, yeah, but the idea of running a campaign using AI, expertise, and taking and creating a small language model using RAG to narrow what GPT will give you. And if you feed it the right information of the same kinds of people that have campaigned and written about debt reduction and improving the economy and having smart because most politicians are fucking lazy. And if you had that and you started building your campaign platform based on real data of some really fucking smart people that are in agreement with what you want to do, that could make you unstoppable. And the way you talk about your campaign greatly.
Speaking of making you unstoppable, John, let's hear your rehearsed answer for Mr. Kitover. There's been some talk of concerns the public of you recording those on an app without their knowledge or consent. What say you to their privacy?
Yeah, privacy is a very important issue, and maintaining online anonymity, I would consider it almost right, but many people are incapable of maintaining that anonymity because it's not easy to do. The Digital, Surveillance Act tied to the NDAA, which is $1 trillion a year, with their NSA facility in Utah, everything is recorded. Everything is put into these massive data storage centers to mine for future crime, potential terrorists, to look back and do research on crime, terrorism, hopefully. So I would just say that, if you have a complaint about me recording people on Clown House using vulgarity, racism, hate speech nonstop, well, I would just say the government's already doing it. So I'm just doing a duplicate or a duplication, and I don't cost anything, but the government is charging you $1 trillion a year to do this type of operation through the NDAA. So don't complain to me running for Congress. Go complain to your current congressperson or senator.
Yeah, the name of the program is X1. It's intercept everything.
There you go.
So there is no privacy. Signals intelligence means
Wait a
anything you
minute.
transmit, they intercept and record decrypt later, and they have all of the encryption keys. That's why they call themselves the collusion group. And then the opposing group is called the shadow brokers. So that's kind of the players involved in the job solution. Well, but as far as Clubhouse goes, you gave up your right in the terms of service of Clubhouse to be recorded. So you got nothing to stand on. These people who put in their profile write-up that I don't want to be recorded is worthless. Doesn't mean anything.
Exactly, but it gives them some false sense of security.
It's silly. It's completely silly. I don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, people want to be titillated, and part of this ridiculous game is anonymity. But then you develop friendships and relationships with people off of this app. And, I just don't like to hang out with people who spend their day, doing homicidal ideation and making death threats for 30 minutes straight on this app. I don't know, that's just me. Those are the kinds of people I don't like hanging out with.
That's scary, Miles. Very scary.
Well, with the doxing we're talking about, that's kind of what John is dealing with. So.
Rohan is not a fan of the recording activities on this app, and he gets very triggered when we discuss or interact. And I would just say, I've been to Australia. I studied at Bond University in Queensland, in the Gold Coast. I love Australia, and I love the Australian people. You guys get the greatest party island on the whole planet, you lucky dog, you dingo.
I'll lie, John. I have a problem with anybody who chooses to be able to record another person without their consent, and then taking it further to be able to want to try and commercialize, on another person's asset, which is theirs. I think it's pretty despicable. I think it's pretty low life. I think it's disturbing. It's one thing to be able to sign up to a service in itself, where you actually are aware you have consent, you give consent,
coming into rooms and sharing information about themselves, aware that you or other people for that matter are recording and also live streaming. By the way, I don't give you consent ever to come utilize my voice on any of your streams. FYI, you put a restriction when you like on how people choose to be able to engage in rooms that you're involved with. So that restriction is on you. You essentially hamper connection. I know that you get your jobbies out of it, and that's all well and good. Great for you. And I know that Clubhouse is recording this, and that's what I've given consent towards, but never gave you or anybody else the consent to be able to stream my voice, my thoughts and ideas, for you to be able to commercialize on. And for that matter, I find it really disturbing that a person is really attempting to become a congressman, knowing that they're essentially breaking the terms of service and being disrespectful towards other people. I think it's, it's disturbing.
Do you think that the title of this room covers that whole idea of people not knowing that they're being streamed? In the title of the room, it says that it's being recorded.
Yes, no. There's a functional facility that's on the app itself, which can show whether a room's being recorded or not. The feature and function of that is not actually being displayed as being recorded. And the replays are off. But yeah, sure, I mean, something could be recorded to say it's actually being streamed. And
If it said streaming live to YouTube, do you think that would be a good disclaimer?
Look, I've been discussing this from to the nth degree, to the point where it's almost dead and mute. But I appreciate that there are certain types of rooms where individuals are conducting themselves in really salacious manners. And I'll mention his name because his rooms are literally 24/7 filled with hate, vitriol, and discussions of terrorism and all that sort of stuff, and just outright racism and anti-Semitism in all literally every minute of the day. So I think it's actually great that whoever chooses to
Go eight more, baby. I didn't go eight more, baby.
It's disturbing that any individual chooses to be able to expend so much time recording and live streaming with 50 plus mobile phones.
Didn't go eight more, baby. I didn't go eight more, baby.
Who does this? It's like,
Go eight more, baby. I didn't go eight more, baby. You know, I appreciate the criticism. I think it's maybe warranted, and I think you're a great critic. But I was looking at a song while you were criticizing me, and it goes a little something like this. I didn't go eight more, baby. I didn't go eight more, baby.
You were doing so good. You needed to release one more.
I'm sorry. I just gotta tell you, you're a drama queen, and anything I recorded, if you think that something I recorded of you caused you a problem, why don't you just speak up and say what it was?
It's really simple. I'm telling you, I do not consent whatsoever to have my voice recorded or streamed by you or anybody else. Simple. If you break my request, then there may be consequences. And other people might have consequences if they choose to be able to say exactly the same thing. Yeah.
All right, well, it's duly noted. I'll put it in the complaint box. I mean, Clubhouse is not a complaint box depository. Nothing gets stored here. Like, your complaints are in some kind of ticketing queue or something with some kind of locator code. I mean, I hear you, and I apologize, but, I'll make my atonement on Yom Kippur, when I pray to Hashem, Rabbanu Shalom, and I'll ask for forgiveness from Hashem, not from you. Not yet. It's not Yom Kippur yet. I haven't come to you yet to ask for your forgiveness. So just be patient, okay? It's coming, Rohan.
Nothing short of 2 words of back job. Communication soon.
Well, I'll be looking for you on Yom Kippur. You'll be one of the first people I come try to fight on Yom Kippur, okay?
John, I'll take one too. Okay. Some people find you funny. I find that you're a jerk. Nothing personal, of course.
No, I get it, but it takes a comedian to know a comedian, so you must have a great sense of humor. Thank you very little. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, a person taking a photo of you and putting up on a website without your knowledge. Sure. And look, I mean, that's perfectly legal. Right to capital too. As far as I'm aware. Well, in some countries and states, I'm sure that's not as well, but yeah, this is an invasion of privacy. It's a lonely type of thing to do, really. Yeah, kind of rubs me the wrong way about it. Don't worry about it. It kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit. Right, do you feel that maybe if people knew, let me ask you a question, if people knew and were aware that what they were saying was being broadcast potentially out to other people and recorded, such that people could actually record it, review it, and listen over it and watch it over and over again, do you think that would inhibit people from speaking freely? Or do you think it would add to them actually being themselves? Right, okay.
I don't know if it would inhibit people or not, because this room's been live streamed today, and we've had people coming here threatening to kill me.
Maybe it's an illusion of comfort, though. It's an illusion. It's really just an illusion. You get comfortable, you know, if there was a mic right next to you, you know, we're going to, yeah, this. Joe, you had something to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that recording is the problem. I think the commercialization of recording without explicit permission is making violate the copyright. And that could be a problem. The actual finding that you might be recording is streaming on YouTube and then you're making money from it. That could be a problem.
That's an additional issue. What I was talking about, how it may actually impinge the person's experience on the air. If they actually knew that they were being recorded, a lot of people don't come up on
He's a clubhouse purist, this guy, bro. You're such a clubhouse purist. It's so
Are you feeling triggered?
so profound and so professional. What a purist, this guy. Doesn't want to impinge people's experiences.
Okay, you do it again, I will move you. I have no hesitation in removing you. I get you love that sentiment on here, that's great.
This guy is such a purist.
I get it, and that's awesome. You're funny in many different ways, but try not to be upset yourself. Just be like a couple of
Hold it out to the center.
It's other people.
I'm holding it out to the center.
Okay, and impinge upon other people's freedom, being able to speak. And this is effectively what it does.
Such a clubhouse
It does,
purist.
my opinion, you do it with whatever you like.
What
But
an
Joe, you bring up a
incredible
really interesting
purist.
point. There's a legal issue. There's a legal issue. And there's also the issue of people feeling inhibited about coming up on stage and talking, knowing that their thoughts, their ideas and feelings, their voice are being recorded and streamed and then captured on YouTube and other platforms.
88 billion
And this is a big issue. It pinches upon other people.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't agree, and an excellent point of Ron. It's the expectation of privacy, and people should have no expectation of privacy on Clubhouse. Commercialization.
Joe, there's a point, mate, I'm going to stop you there. There's a level Okay, there's a range that we can look at
These
and say,
Australians
yes,
are
I
fucking
agree,
crazy.
that was a blanket statement. Well, to be able to come on here and expect to be able to have the privacy, total privacy, that would be ridiculous because you've already signed terms and conditions for it. Know that. But it's not a binary issue. Can we agree on that?
I agree that it's problematic, and I don't endorse what John's doing, and I'm not making any excuses for it. I find it a little bit weird. They run voters the wrong way in this area. Yeah, I do.
Most voters are most of them around there. It's only a tiny, tiny, tiny percent.
But his competitors that he's running for office against, and that cabal may use that as a wedge issue that is
So Joe, here's the thing, right? In order for his competitors to use that, his competitors would have to feel threatened by him. And for his competitors to feel threatened by him, have to be a threat. And so I'll just say this, if his competitors start saying anything about what's happening on Clubhouse, I'm gonna be shocked, excited, and I'm gonna think that it's the best thing that could possibly happen to his candidate.
Winning
Right
again!
now,
We go from losing to winning, from losing to
right
winning.
are the people that are in this room. And so if his competitors decide to make a big deal of it, they'll basically say, hey, this guy exists. And then voters will have to contend with how they feel about it. Because once they know he exists, he's got an opportunity to convert them.
That's not a bad argument. If I was advising LaHood, I would say ignore John until he actually has a chance of beating him. So I would ignore it, and I would hold that in my back pocket.
Well, that's why it takes political activists like you organizing a clown house to irritate LaHood into getting him to comment about the campaign to elect Congressman candidate John Kitover on X. Follow me on X at John Kitover IL, that's Illinois. Or click the link above. Give $100 right now and let's change the situation now.
Yeah, listen, here's something. If you think that voters would find this offensive, that what he's doing, go get links to all of the fucking content that he has, specifically about advertising that he's running for Congress, and send that to LaHood as well as the Democrat candidates and say, look at this character. You guys should do something about this. I would feel that that would be the biggest contribution that you could do to the John Kitover campaign. The second best thing that you could do is you could fork it over for John Kitover.
Just real quick, I want to be open-minded for a second. John, I want to hear what your policy platform is. Or what
Sure,
your
let me
goals are.
ask you first though, how do you keep an open mind?
Being willing to hear out the ideas without immediately throwing them out.
So, hearing the ideas without immediately throwing them out, that's how you keep an open mind?
Yeah.
Okay, well, please proceed, XG.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with some basics because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll make that clear. So, one, what are you running for exactly? Two, why are you running for it? And three, what are some things, basic things in a summary you seek to achieve while you're running for it?
That's an awful lot of questions right now at 11 p.m. at night. And I've been battling Brad all day long on Stolen Valor. So go to Instagram.com/John Kitover. Subscribe to me on Instagram, and we will set up a private call, XG. But please follow me on Instagram now. Thank you. I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes.
John, that sounds like a dodge.
That was a dodge.
And then he runs away. He's running away, Mojo. He's running away. He's running away. And Mojo, when you started your room, you didn't have the recording on. You kept it off because you just knew it was me.
Yep. And I was one of the biggest vocal critics of John Kitover. He can vouch for that. Others that have been in these rooms can vouch for that. And the game changed. And this is the thing that I think people need to recognize is that if we were having this conversation 3 months ago, we would absolutely had a strong point that like, hey, we're in a room with no replays. This seems like a trashy move, and we're going to use all the tools that we have at our disposal. If we identify you, we're going to remove you from the room, yada yada yada. But even back then, if you think about it, he could have been recording those rooms without us knowing it, and then instead of doing a live stream, he could have put it up the next day. And the only reason we knew that it was live streamed is because we were getting a real live feedback loop. And so he could have modified his approach, and it would have been recorded and distributed, and nobody would have known. He's been very, very open about the fact that, yes, he's going to enter the room, he's going to stream the room. And I was the biggest target of this. Nobody on this app, in fact, I would say all of the other people on this app combined don't add up to the targeting, the specific intentional targeting. The only other person that I think even begins to compete would be Adrian Dittman. And I think that's, to me, it's Adrian Dittman and then it's the field, right? But we were the top two for sure that were being targeted. When Paul and Rowan decided to change this system where you could pay to remain anonymous, allowing people to record or to live stream without the creator of the room to be able to remove the person, they were essentially saying that we want you to do this, but we're gonna get you to pay to do it. And so they charge people for the anonymous feature. Now I think that if you have a complaint about that, I wouldn't take that complaint to John. I would take that complaint to Paul and to Rohan. I think those are the people that you would want to complain about it to. But think about what you're complaining about. You're going to tell them, hey, you know that feature that you now have a few people paying $5 a month for? I think you should not offer that. And they're going to say, go pound sand. We're making, even though we're not getting rich, we're making a few bucks on it. They made that decision because they would like for somebody to stream it to a different platform, a more popular platform, in the hopes that it would bring more traffic to this app. They made that decision. When that happened, my mindset had to shift. Why? Because I live in a world where there are things that I can't control. That is one of the things that I can't control. So in this universe of things that I can and cannot control, I'm going to worry about the things that I can control. I'm going to not worry about the things that I can't control. And so, knowing I can't control it, I have to then say, well, what exactly is he doing? Let me understand it better. Maybe we can find a way where it's mutually beneficial. And that's what I've done. And by the way, the thing that won me over more than anything was the fact that, forget about the dumb shit we talk about. I mean, yes, you get a crash out here or there that, I've never gone back to listen to a replay of my bullshit. Ever in my life have I done that. What I have gone and listened to are the things that are happening in Amir's room. And what's amazing about this is we live stream terror plots and sexual trafficking that happens live on the Clubhouse app. I would argue that because Clubhouse records these rooms, they also know that terror plots and sex trafficking is happening in Amir's room, and they're allowing that to happen. I think they want it to happen. I think law enforcement agents love that it's happening. They're capturing so much evidence for people that are committing crime. I mean, look, today we have people making threats. In other rooms, you have legitimate threats of terrorism, recruiting terrorists. The sex trafficking thing was beyond the pale. All of these things, super terrible. And John, who we once viewed as a villain, he's turned things around. I would say he's the Dark Knight. And until people, contend with this realistically, I don't know, what else you want to be said. He's the one guy that may lead to an arrest of terrorists on Clubhouse. There's nobody on this app that's done more, in my opinion, to combat terrorism on this app.
Yeah. He's a Dark Knight. Yeah. Okay.
I would say this, Mojo, that
I would say it's a Dark Knight. I'd say it's Tim.
I would say this, Mojo, that also see Amir taking civil action against John Kitover for surreptitiously recording the room, and he could win his civil case and still go to jail.
I mean, I don't really see what dealing with quote unquote terrorism on Clubhouse at least does, especially when Twitter still exists and you have rampant neo Nazis on that platform 24/7 openly spewing bullshit, but nothing ever happens to them. So I mean, I don't understand what Clubhouse has to deal with it, especially when we have even bigger platforms that have even more crazy shit on there that's allowed.
No, I agree.
He's streaming. He can stream those as well.
I agree. I've streamed a lot of these JQ radio rooms, which are Jewish question radio rooms, where they sit there and, I mean, to me, it's, it's shocking, but I guess on the internet, I think people's brains are, wondering how they can create the most insane, psychotic, scary stuff you've ever heard. And, X is full of it. Clown House, I think it's a small enough community where people can identify the road ragers. But even the road ragers don't do what they do on X. X is a different level of like insane, psychotic, like just really annoying people who can't have conversations and they are extremely obnoxious and petty and childish like. So it's annoying to listen, annoying to interact. But I love roasting them and going in there and just yelling at a bunch of these people, and then they see that I'm running for Congress or they think I'm a congressman. It creates a pot stir and shakes the hornet's nest. So I don't know if it has any value, because most people aren't going to pick up a book and there's no real education happening. It's like this dopamine word game of trolling and shocking. Like, what Brad did on the app today, past couple days, like, to me, that's, I think it's extremely questionable. And, but the way it impacts people and the Munchausen syndrome that it creates with people is also impressive to watch, because I think from like an animalistic perspective, when somebody goes on this crazy psychotic road rage homicidal ideation rant, it's like a silverback in an enclosure with all these female gorillas, and you see how behavior and conditioning influences people. And I'm just saying, live streaming all this stuff, recording all these human interactions, to me is almost like a psychological observational study, and I'm learning from it. I hope people who watch videos learn from it, and I want to complement it with books that I have. I would really like to figure out a way, how can I get interested in the thousands of books I have surrounding me, and find the time or the desire to even want to read, because I got to say, human interaction is far more dopamine creating than the hard work of extracting information from reading a book. So, Clown House is technologically innovating, but also in a way retarding.
Just real quick, Judge Mojo, I would like to call for all the words spoke about my client Brad to be struck from the record, please, as he's not present at the moment.
Yeah, John, the only thing is, if it was contributing to the people out here, everybody would take it different, but it's self-serving what you're doing. That's what's turning a roll off. To me, I'm more where Mojo is. It's like, yeah, nobody did me, but it does not rub me that well. It's a self-serving thing, and it's not serving.
Well, all I can say in my defense is this is a very strange game that I'm personally playing. Okay, to live stream myself 24/7 with with 13 cameras in my face is a very weird prospect for me as a person who's doing this, because I'm really putting myself out there in a way which could be considered unprofessional. However, in my defense, I think being fully transparent, there will be some added benefit in the now, whatever that means. I think in a way I can do some type of a therapeutic service for people who come on here and do homicidal ideation, terrorism planning, and maybe even, sex trafficking coordination. Maybe by putting a light on people or exposing people or threatening people with exposure will cause them to somehow question what they're doing and modify what they're doing. I don't know. It's a very complicated word.
It's just gonna piss them off, that's all it's gonna do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Ron's, thesis on surreptitious recording. It's a problem, and you've made it your problem.
Well, I've been accused. Well, people say that it's illicit recording. It's not illicit, it's explicit. And I try to be a gentleman, and I record a lot of profane people who do a lot of vulgarity, insane hate speech, racism. I mean, people like Pepe and other people who may cozy up to people, and now they're considered part of the clique because they talk to us. I have people saying really foul-mouthed stuff to the point where if there was an index of what everybody has said throughout all my recordings and you were to just hit the top 10, people would say, holy shit, because they have said things that are so vulgar, so profane, so obnoxious, that when you look at all the little snippets and you listen to what somebody's actually saying, you question their sanity, you question their motives, their intentions, their personality, their character. It's a lot of data on a lot of people. So that's why I say, if you come from a good place in your heart and you're communicating peace on this app, well then you know what? Maybe you're a good person and you're in the
I think
clear.
it's really cute. I think it's really cute. Normalizing what you see from the person who chooses to be able to without consent. It just sort of shows red flag, which is the bullshit factor is through the roof.
It's not like I created some app or something. I'm just using YouTube to live stream myself, It's just recordings. I don't know why it's a big deal.
I'm actually really curious as to how you would just be able to psychoanalyze yourself who spends literally years, not hours, years, with multiple, like tens of mobile phones recording other people.
Oh yeah, 50, 60 cell phones I have here in my home office, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's more than weird. It's disturbing. But how would you?
I think I could call it. I could call it a form of OCD. I could call it
If you
OCD.
look objectively, right? Look objectively at your behavior. How would you psychoanalyze yourself? Considering you're spending a lot of time invested in psychoanalysis.
That's asking too much, Willie.
No, it's all on video. It's all on. That's the beautiful part. If you want a great explanation, the best explanation is to watch the YouTube channels. Go to the YouTube channels for hours a day and just sit there and watch it, and that's the answer. Wow, I can't believe we recorded all this stuff. It's amazing. Holy cow. Who's crazier, the person recording the crazy people or all the crazy people in the recordings?
How would you psychoanalyze a person objectively who spends years of their life, right?
Well, I can very easily look at it subjectively, not just objectively.
John, I get it. Just hang on, John. Just chill out for a second. A person who sits in their room, literally 24/7, in underpants doing yoga and streaming himself whilst recording other people without consent on tens of devices. How would you psychoanalyze and profile that particular type of person? Go for John, Mike's
Okay, so the way I think I can look at it is by self-deprecating myself and unfortunately submitting myself to play the fool.
Try being objective about it, please.
I am trying to answer your question genuinely. I put myself at a professional risk to record myself recording other people. So selflessness, kindness goes both ways. If you think I'm a selfless prick or an egocentric, narcissist, toxic, malignant person, you can't make that determination. That's an all or nothing position. As Mojo has stated in my defense, I have made recordings that are so devastating to some of these people because it is against the law what they're saying. So I have put myself at risk as a former military intelligence officer to bring light to a toxic problem on this app.
I ask you a direct question. I'd really appreciate if you can give me a direct answer instead of just bullshit waffling. Go for it.
Okay, why don't you just repeat the question again? Because if you're just going to mute me in the middle of a thought stream, you're not going to get the full thought. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm helping you to keep on track, John. That's all I'm doing. I asked you a specific question. How would you psychoanalyze a person who spends literally years recording themselves in their underpants, doing yoga, streaming other people without the consent? How would you psychoanalyze a person?
Okay, so
You have
I can respond. I can
That's
respond.
the question.
Okay. So I think there's two ways to look at this. If you look at the total body of work that I have submitted to the internet, aka YouTube and Instagram, it's 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos. In those videos, I have spent a lot of time doing subjective and objective uploading into YouTube. I've read a lot of books, and it's not just recordings of Clown House and people speaking here. There's a lot of creation and artwork that I've done in.
I'm not questioning what knowledge you have, and you are duck shoving again, and that's the reason why I've paused you and muted you. You're not answering the question. How would you, considering that you are good at psychoanalyzing other people, how would you profile a person psychologically who displays these particular traits?
Well, let them get it all out. Let them get it all out.
Yeah, okay, let me explain it this way. By doing this work, I have done like a self-actualization technique on myself. But prior to this, at the Citadel, which is a very intense military academy, every freshman has to go through an intense indoctrination process. You essentially become a mute. There's only three responses: sir, yes, sir, no, sir, and sir, no, excuse, sir. So we can continue this line of questioning, or if you want, I can just resort to the three default cadet responses, and we can just move this conversation right along. And if you're interested in contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, click that link above right now. If you're enjoying this testy little debate between Rohan and I, and you find it entertaining, well, consider contributing $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover, the 16th district in Illinois. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is just entertainment. No one's going to fly to Australia. Nobody's going to fly to Chicago. We're not going to have some kind of old Australian 1930s fight and oil up our mustaches. No. This is just a friendly conversation on a social audio chat app called Road Rage Clown House, where people get angry over things from the past, from other rooms. And the rule of this room is be in and out. No bringing in drama from other rooms. So technically, Rohan, please read the rules and reconfigure your line of questioning to come in alignment and compliance with the rules. Thank you very much, Rohan.
You make me laugh. You really do.
Sure that John understands the surreptitious nature of what he's doing and how that has a chilling effect on other people. That's one thing, and I'm not sure he cares about that.
I think he isn't clear.
But
Hey, let John go.
the other thing is the lawfulness of what he's doing and the commercialization. That is a problem, and you are at risk for that. No matter who you are uncovering, the most vile people in the world, it doesn't matter, because in the same time you're ensnaring people who are just here to talk, and they don't want their stuff streamed, and they did not give you permission to do it, and that's a problem for you.
No, in my defense, I would say I'm being social, I'm being political, and any kind of commercialization of the future on YouTube is in the future. But right now, there is no commercialization of the content that I film or create out of this app.
Well, the fact that you're putting it on YouTube is commercialization, whether you get paid for it or not.
Yeah, but every time you go on a social app, you're putting at risk something like this could happen too.
Sure you are. It doesn't mean you're not being violated. It doesn't mean you're giving permission for someone else to use your content that comes under copyright.
How the key is consent is exactly what Joe is alluding to. It's one thing to consent to be able to have your information utilised by the company that you're utilising, for that matter, the terms and conditions, which may also include third-party companies as well. But that's perfectly fine. People are being streamed, recorded without their knowledge or consent, and commercialisation that Joe said in other rooms that if given the opportunity, he would plan to and does plan to be able to commercialize it if there is that opportunity that presents itself. There you go.
I did the work. It's called doing work. It's a job. You know how much work I've invested in recording people on this app? I gave up my whole life to start recording this app. It's my work. It's my creation. It's my monetization. It's called capitalism, you communist Australian traitor. Traitor!
Terrible. Yeah, but you might be doing what you call work, but the work that you are doing involves other people's ideas, thoughts, and their voices as well. That constitutes a breach.
When you're in the muff, there's always a little breach in the muff. You gotta have a breach in the muff. You need moisture, first of all. Then you can get a breach in the muff. If you get a breach in the muff and you find a way in and you go straight to the center, well, that's how you get compensated for your artistic endeavor. And you get a critic ultimately at the end. But nonetheless, a critic is.
When a moderator is speaking, that's your cue to be able to go and proceed. Because I just wanted to welcome Anne.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful to have you here. How are you
Nice to hear your voice, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Do you give your consent to be recorded or streamed to any other third parties?
I mean, technically when we are in Clubhouse, they're recording all of our voices and they can use it to edit, publish, analyze, and send it to all their stockholders. So, I mean, our shit's already out there, so I don't care.
Or lawyers or law firms, they'll give up all the data, no problem.
John, wait.
I have to assume that by just being on the app that they're doing it. So like, and God knows who their stockholders are. So do I care if my fellow Americans are recording me? No.
It's fine. Okay, I just wanted to let you know. So John over here is streaming this conversation, your voice, ideas and thoughts, and feelings for that matter, over to another service, which is YouTube and possibly other platforms as well.
Yeah, X and Clubhouse as well.
Ideas. Wow, geez, John, I don't know.
X and Clubhouse, everybody. Follow me on X and follow my other Clubhouse accounts.
Right. So sorry, oops. John, I'll bring you back up. But
Very funny.
that's very funny. I know he's great. He's great to joke, to laugh at, and that's fantastic. So I just wanted to let you know, man, that's what's going on. Okay.
Mojo explained everything. It's very simple, and he doesn't care, bro. I know. Get him to see a blind spot. He does not care.
Ooh, we're gonna have a debate. We got Darren LaHood on stage, or at least a representative.
Oh, no, that's Dr. Adams. I'm just supporting Derek LaHood. I'm with the LaHood crew, so I'm definitely supporting Derek LaHood. Brad and I were actually, we were talking. We were thinking about going half on $1,000 a month apartment just to have an address out there to vote. Okay, just to vote for LaHood. Okay, because we believe in LaHood's vision. Okay, we believe that LaHood is good for the hood.
I'm gonna restart this live. Hope you're enjoying it.
That was pretty funny. Just because you've given explicit consent to Clubhouse does not mean, and you have no expectation of privacy, does not mean somebody else can use your content any way they want. They can't do that. I mean, all legalities aside, just one word, John. One word. Why?
I mean, if I was in, the 16th district.
Yeah, it's spelled A-R-T. Art. A-R-T.
Congress to remove people's autonomy and their privacy rights. Okay, to be listening and recording people probably on their cell phones. I mean, why would you trust somebody that is violating your perceived
A-R-T. Art. Art. A-R-T. Art. Art. A-R-T.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. Okay, as a matter of fact, the last time that he ran, more people voted for him than anybody else in his district. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. You need to give these people their money back. Okay, you need to give these people their money back, John Kitover. Okay, LaHood is good for the hood.
longer than that.
Hold on, hold on. Can I get a volunteer? Somebody volunteer? Anyone? Can someone volunteer? Just say something.
Okay, I'll volunteer. What can I do for you?
Okay, Moose, can you read the room title?
We are
Out loud.
we are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?
Now, wouldn't presence in this room after that disclosure suggest that you do consent?
Okay, just to let everybody know, I've restarted the YouTube live streams starting now.
How many viewers are there? And that's another thing.
Not explicit consent.
If you guys know that there's, like, if he has no viewers, like you guys just said, then why, like, do you know that they can use our voice on here? And they can use it for commercial use? So, like, all of our voices are recorded, and if they want to do anything that they want to them, so, like, 10 years from now, you may hear your voice saying things that you never fucking said, and that to me is, like, more of a concern.
But you have given explicit consent to Clubhouse.
Yeah.
You have not given any consent to
Wait,
John
hold
Kitover.
on. Let's just have an honest conversation about this. What is the real concern that you have about this streaming? Is it because somebody might listen to what it is that you say? There's more people in this room listening to what you're saying than there are on the YouTube channel listening to what you're saying. So, like, explain yourself. Like, what is your major challenge to this?
I have one. Can I take a moment to express it?
The archive is memorialized in a different way against the terms and conditions that we agree to on this specific app.
Adams, I think there was somebody else. We'll see. We'll take the mic.
Well, Adams almost partially stole my thunder. So I think what John's doing, I don't know if this is intent, is building an inventory of unstructured data, which is sort of less threatening than it is in other formats, but probably 8 to 9 months from now, with advanced Blackwell and Rubin chipsets, for under $100 with the appropriate prompts, probably in 5 minutes, someone's going to be able to go through that entire unstructured inventory and make it structured.
This is so
So
funny.
tailored to
This is so funny.